Hi, everybody. Welcome back as we get the final day of play underway. A leadoff infield single for Devin Reese. It is Championship Sunday in the Showcase Series. And though this is not a championship game, it has huge implications. In the 16U championship game, already one of the berths decided. But there is an open spot, and two teams are contending for that open spot. Capital 16, one of the two, taking on Mississippi Futures here on a Sunday morning in Hattiesburg. Hi, everybody. Robert Williamson set to bring you the coverage. Hit by the pitch is Parker Stanley. And a couple of base runners on. If you have been with us all week, thank you very much. Or I guess technically weekend. If today's the first, welcome aboard. Great baseball today. A 16U title game, an 18U championship. And this one, too, that decides who gets to go to a championship game. Two more pool play games, two championship games, all part of your Sunday of baseball. Devin Reese, the leadoff guy for the Capitals at second. Parker Stanley, two-hitter at first. Christian Stroud, the three guy at the plate. Easton Miller, the four-hitter. Colton Hogan batting fifth. Declan Albro is the six-hitter. Logan Dozat batting seventh. Cole McPherson eighth. Landon Carmucci, he's the nine guy, and Luke Wilson hitting 10. Mississippi Futures putting Kendall Blevins on the hill. Meanwhile, behind the plate, Kane McKinley. That is hit to second, fielded by Duhan. Gets it over to first, gets Stroud. Not scored as a sacrifice, but acts like one. As Reese moves to third and Stanley to second. Easton Miller to the plate. Kane McKinley behind the plate for Mississippi Futures. At first, Carson Harris. Second baseman is Benjamin Duhan. The shortstop, Hayden Dobson. And at third, Cooper Lyrock. Keenan Cuevas in left. Center fielder is Jackson Juneau. And the right fielder is Connor Dewey. A little bit outside with the pitch to Easton Miller. What's the weather like on a Sunday morning? Well, it is a little bit overcast. There is a chance of rain at 4 and 5 currently. And that would be in our 16U championship game. But you never know. Mama Nature and weather apps do not necessarily jive. They don't get on the same page often. Well, out will go Miller, and apparently Stanley was an out too. So I'm assuming maybe the double play was turned instead of the 4-3. Hey, it's Sunday morning. It's early. I'll come up with some good excuse before the day is done. But we do have a runner stranded, and we do have a scoreless top of the first.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for two on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
Bottom of the first gets underway after one base hit and one stranded in the top part of the inning. Keenan Cuevas starting it off in the bottom part for the Futures. Hayden Dobson is the two-hitter. Three-guy Jackson Juneau. Four spot belongs to Cooper Lyric. Connor Dewey is the five-guy. Kane McKinley hitting sixth. Carson Harris seventh. Kendall Blevins in the eighth spot. Gavin Cuevas is batting ninth. And Benjamin Duhan in the 10-hole. Easton Miller on the bump for the Capitals. Behind the plate is Parker Stanley. First baseman Christian Stroud. At second, Logan Dozat. Shortstop is Colton Hogan, and Landon Carmucci is at third. Luke Wilson in left. As that is ground in the direction of Dozat, he'll scoop it up at second. Go to first and Cuevas out on the 4-3. Center fielder Declan Albro. And the right fielder is Cole McPherson for the Capitals. I mentioned the weather, 83 degrees in Hattiesburg. Air quality 59 in moderate, UV index 3 in moderate. I guess if you came to the ball game hoping to do kind of a dual thing, watch the game and work on the tan, it wouldn't be too damaging. Winds out of the west-southwest at 11 with gusts to 21. Nearly a half inch of rain expected today. 75% humidity, 14-mile visibility. Clouds making it a little cooler. Yesterday it was 5 degrees above normal for this time of year. As Hayden Dobson strikes out for out number 2. But today it is only a degree warmer than it typically would be on the 8th of June. And here's your moon report, 93% illumination. Next full moon in 3 days. And the moon 251,630 miles away. $8 p.m. sunset. If we are here at 8 p.m. tonight, we've had some weather delays. Last game gets 3:45 roughly start. Jackson Juneau. Cooper Lyrock moving to the on-deck circle. Two gone and nobody aboard. Off speed goes wide to Juneau. Colton Hogan, Declan Albro, and Logan Dozat. Coming to the plate when you get to the top of the second for the Capitals. Unbeaten and 2-0. Mississippi Futures once beaten at 1-1. High fly ball that drops just foul. Wow, that looked like it was starting to bend towards fair territory. And it dropped just outside of the foul line on the foul side. Only one 7-inning game thus far of the prior 10. It was the first one yesterday. And here's the irony of that 7-inning game. It was the shortest time-wise. Swing and miss, and out goes Juneau. 3 up, 3 down in the bottom of the first. We head to the second on JockJive. Drives that in the direction of right field. That is going to sail. I'm really not sure why I quote it. It's so frequently wrong. That is hit well towards left field. Jackson Hyatt, 1 for 2 in the game, lifts this one towards left center. Here's the 1-0 offering. That is hit well towards left field. High fly ball, left. That is shot in the direction. Barr, who is issued in Sackerly with 2 gone. Sackerly trying to come to the plate with put the finishing touches on a mercy rule win. That's hit well, though, towards left field, and it'll be wrapped up around 8 o'clock. And a shot in the direction of right field. Lyles. 2-1 offering. And a shot towards the gap. Colton Hogan leading off the top of the second. Declan Albro and Logan Dozat due up in the inning 2. Round towards third. Lyrock's got it. Goes over to first. And there is 1 away. Well, let's do what we typically do in the second inning of any ball game, and that's get you updated on sports elsewhere. Might as well start with college baseball from yesterday. Miami beats Louisville 9-6, ties the series at 1. Arizona tying their series with North Carolina, had one with a 10-8 win. Duke takes a 1-zip lead with a 7-4 win over Murray State. LSU leading their series with West Virginia 1-0. Beat the Mountaineers 16-9 yesterday. Coastal Carolina on to the World Series as they win their series against Auburn, winning yesterday 4-1. Arkansas 4-3 winners over Tennessee in the Fayetteville Super Regional. Arkansas with a 1-0 series lead. UCLA over UTSA 5-2. And the University of California at Los Angeles with a 1-0 series lead. Florida State coming back from that devastating come-from-behind win in Game 1 with 2 outs in the bottom of the ninth. And beat Oregon State 3-1. And that series is tied at 1. Straight 3, got the outside part of the plate. Out will go Albro. And there is 2 away. Logan Dozat coming to the plate. Boy, that was a good-looking pitch. Just right into the strike zone. And there's two away for Dozat. As that is ground foul in the direction of third. And today in college baseball, you've got a threesome of 11 a.m. starts. And two will be the deciding game. North Carolina and Arizona, Miami and Louisville. Also got Murray State and Duke starting at 11. Major League Baseball from yesterday. In 10, Reds beat the D-backs 4-3. Comes over the Tigers 6-1. Blue Jays bust the Twins 5-4. Cards clip the Dodgers 2-1. Same score, Pirates over the Phillies. Drop strike 3 and out will go Dozat. 3 up, 3 down in the top of the second. We head to the bottom of the inning with Lyrock, Dewey, and McKinley coming up. Here's the 7 guy. Right up the middle, base hit, back-to-back base hit. Starter with a double, the single from Cumbie coming to the plate and tagged down at home. Just a peek at what's coming up here on JockJive, affiliated with the Showcase Series. As we head to the bottom of the third, make that second, Cooper Lyrick. Don't want to get ahead of myself. Bottom of the second, Cooper Lyrick, Connor Dewey, and Kane McKinley due up in the inning. Where did I leave off score-wise? Rangers knock off the Nationals 5-zip. Giants jump on the Braves 13-2. Talk about jumping on. Reds 13-1 over the D-backs. In 10, Astros knock off the Guardians 5-3. Marlins in 10 outlast the Rays 11-10. White Sox 4-1 winners over the Royals 10-7. Red Sox beat the Yankees. Brewers edge the Padres 4-3. Angels over the Mariners 8-6. 8-1 Mets rock the Rockies, and Orioles over the Athletics 7-4. And if you're wondering, well, when does Major League Baseball begin today? 11:10. A little less than 2 hours. Marlins and Rays. Okay, I'm curious how many folks were in the stands for the Marlins-Rays games yesterday. I don't know if you've been checking out the attendance for Marlins-related games, and there haven't been many. 10,000. That is low by MLB standards. High fly ball, center field. It's going over the head of Declan Albro, and Lyrock on his way to second standing. A leadoff double here in the top of the second. And a base runner in scoring position for Connor Dewey. WNBA, Valkyries beat the Aces 95-68. Fever 79-52 winners over the Sky. Storm 89-77 over the Mercury. Did Caitlin Clark play? I don't think she's healthy yet. And it looks like no, she did not. 6-5 put out. Lead runner goes down. IROC taken off for third. And Hogan will get him with a throw to Carmucci, who tags out Lyra. That hurt Mississippi future plans of putting a run on the board here in the bottom of the second. One away. That is hit to short, fielded by Hogan. Steps on the bag to get one. Throws over to first to get two. Lead-off double, but still a scoreless bottom of the second.
You've played some travel ball, you've shared the videos. Mom and Dad can only root so much. It's time to get real interest from the colleges and scouts in your area right where you live. That's why the Showcase Series is different. We're not just another tournament, we're an advancement event where you get real-time exposure with live TV coverage of our games that get you seen directly by the coaches you want to impress from anywhere in the world. Register for events at showcaseseries.org. It's your turn at bat.
Top of the third, bottom of the order, Cole McPherson starting off for the Capital 16. Landon Carmucci and Luke Wilson due up in the inning two. Mississippi Futures getting a leadoff double in the bottom of the second from Cooper Lyrock, but he's picked off, and eventually the double play takes care of the inning. And here we are in the third. By the way, in looking at sports elsewhere, NBA tonight and NHL tomorrow night. And there you are, all set. Fielded by Blevins. Goes to first, and McPherson is out number one. There is obviously keen interest in this game. Either way you look at it, win or lose for the Capitals 16, who are 2-0. The other part of the 16U championship will be decided in this game. If Capital 16 win and allow fewer than 8 runs, they're in. If they lose, FB Scout 16 is in. So obviously, FB Scout 16 very interested in this game. They want to play a little more baseball. Well, if they're going to play more baseball today, then one of two things has got to happen. The Capitals lose, or the Capitals win and allow more than 8. It doesn't look like at this point that 8 runs are going to be scored by Mississippi Futures, but you never know. It's the game of baseball. You can have a 9-run inning and that be it for the scoring. A walk given to Landon Carmucci. And a base runner award for the 10-hitter Luke Wilson. Top of the order, Devin Reese moving to the on-deck circle. But here's how all of that sorts out. Capital 16, FB Scout 16, both in the same pool. They haven't played one another, though. Big pools, 3 games, and they haven't faced one another. A possibility that you got 2 teams at 3-0 in the pool. If the Capitals win. With 2 3-0 teams and head-to-head competition, obviously not determining the front runner. Then you go to the tiebreakers, which starts with runs allowed and then goes to runs scored. Outside with a pitch to Wilson. So let's say the Capitals win. They go 3-0. FB Scout 16, 3-0. FB Scout 16 thus goes to tiebreaker number 1 outside of the head-to-head. And they've allowed 14 runs. That will find its way into right field for Luke Wilson. Second base hit of the game for the Capitals. And a couple of runners on as we go back to the top of the order. Capitals have allowed 7. So the only way, if the Capitals 16 and FB Scout 16 finish 3-0, the only way for FB Scout 16 to get in is if Mississippi Futures scores 8 or more runs. And if the question is, well, what if they score 7? And then you've got both teams. As hit by the pitch is Reese. Bases loaded in the top of the 3rd. Well, if they allow 7 and both teams have allowed 14, you go to tiebreaker number 2, which is runs scored. Capitals have scored more runs. And there's no way, since FB Scout 16 has finished pool play, that they can add to that total. So thus, if you are FB Scout 16 watching, here's what you hope for. At least 8 Mississippi Future runs or a Capital 16 loss. They'll take either one. Outside with a pitch to Parker Stanley. And yeah, Capitals could win this game, go 3-0. And if they win it something like 16-8, they're out of the championship. Another hit batsman, second time that Parker Stanley's been popped. This time it produces an RBI. It happens with the bases loaded. That'll bring in Carmucci. Wilson to 3rd. Reese takes 2nd. Stanley on at 1st. Well, Parker Stanley can now say he's Well, it wouldn't be 2 hits. He not got, but took 2 hits. And an RBI. Christian Stroud coming to the plate. That is the 3rd hit batsman. Blevins has currently faced 12 and hit 3. At the moment, that's a 25% chance to get doinked. Outside with a pitch to Christian Stroud. Easton Miller to the on-deck circle. But you gotta love it, by the way, that you get to a Sunday morning with the championship games later in the day, and you're still not sure who's playing in that title game. That's some good baseball. Christian Stroud wrapped into the double play, his last plate appearance. Oh for 1 in the ball game, has the bases loaded with 1 away. And here is a second visit, and apparently that's going to be it. And out comes Blevins. And in comes a new future hurler.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
It was a 3-0 count that Carson Harris took over, and his first pitch outside of the strike zone to Christian Stroud. Stroud walked. It'll produce another run. Wilson will come in, and the base is still loaded. That is ground over to first. Fielded by the former pitcher, Kendall Blevins. He and Carson Harris swap spots. Harris, the starting first baseman, now on the mound, and Blevins, the starting pitcher, now at first. So Miller grounds out, but does produce another run. Brings in Reese. Two gone for Colton Hogan. And he will drive that inside the line, down the left field, in to score. Stanley in to score. Stroud on his way to third. Hogan, the throw, not quite in time. Three-bagger for Hogan that drives in two more. So a 2-out, 2 RBI triple. And the Capitals take a 5-zip lead. Ground to deep short, gets underneath the mitt of Hayden Dobson. And Declan Albro on with a single that brings in Hogan. And there is the 6th run. Here in the top of the third, Logan Dozad coming to the plate. On the inside part of the plate. Dozad with a strikeout in the second. By the way, 18U, not nearly as complicated on who gets to play in the championship. It's already decided. Got a pair of 3-0 teams, and the only 3-0 teams in both pools. So at 18U, it's all set with the A champ, Extreme Scout 19 at 3-0, taking on the B pool champ, Gulf Coast Pelicans 18, who are also 3-0. Logan Dozad with Cole McPherson on deck. Swing and a miss, and out will go Dozad, a strikeout victim for the second time in the second and third innings. But 6 runs will plate. We go to the bottom of the third. Harris, Blevins, and Cuevas coming up for the Futures.
University of Alabama Online, where legends log in. A tradition of excellence. Decades of experience in distance learning. Empowering students of all ages. More than 90 degree and certificate programs to advance your career. UA Online. Flexible, affordable, legendary. Let your computer be your campus. Visit online.ua.edu.
Earlier, we gave you a look at what's coming up in June. Our work with the Showcase Series. There was a glance at what's happening in July. Part of what's happening. And really part of June. Because there's been a little change. We will be at Nicholls State next weekend in Thibodaux, Louisiana, along with Troy University. And I don't think it mentioned the add-on in July of the University of Houston. Hit right up the middle by Carson Harris, second Mississippi Futures base hit. And a runner aboard to begin the third for Mississippi. Kendall Blevins coming to the plate. A busy summer. We head to Troy University Tuesday and Wednesday of this week for the ALA BCA Upperclassmen Showcase. And then we're back at Troy for that showcase later in June by the underclassmen. On the 21st of the month, I think that's the right date, a Sunday, we'll be at Truist Stadium there in Atlanta for the Native American All-Star Game. Ground to third, fielded there by Carmucci. Throw over to first. Will not get Blevins, though. So 5-4 gets the lead runner. There's a runner at first. Then in July, in addition to the showcases, we'll be working the Dixie Baseball World Series right here in Hattiesburg at the end of the month. That is shot over towards right field, drops in as a base hit. And you got a couple of base runners on. Second hit in the inning, Gavin Cuevas, third of the game for Mississippi. And the future is making some third inning noise. And apparently that's going to do it for Easton Miller. Got a pitching change. The new guy when we come back.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for two on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
The new pitcher is Christian Stroud, the former first baseman. Mississippi Futures replaced their starting pitcher with a first baseman reliever. Same thing for the Capitals. Check swing by Benjamin too high. Easton Miller worked 2 in the third, faced 9. 2 strikeouts, no walks, 3 hits. Hasn't allowed a run, but there are 2 on that would be his responsibility. Well, I was talking about the baseball this summer. In August, no Showcase Series baseball. But we will have the Cal Ripken World Series at Branson, Missouri. And as that, we'll get into the dirt and move runners up. To third goes Blevins, to second Cuevas. And also in August, the Babe Ruth World Series in Jamestown, New York. So a ton of baseball this summer. If you are like, man, there's just nowhere to catch baseball, there is. I mean, obviously there is anyway, but find plenty of it here. Outside with a pitch to Duhan. Top of the order, Keenan Cuevas to the on-deck circle. A swing and a miss at a 76-mile-an-hour offering, and out will go Duhan. Top of the order, Keenan Cuevas to the plate. So Extreme 16 punches their ticket. They are in. And now the question in 16U is, who will they play? A 3-0 Capital 16 or a 3-0 FB Scout 16? Extreme 16, the only team that will be playing in a championship with a slight blemish on their mark, as that has popped in the direction of center field, and coming over to make the catch is Declan Albro. Cuevas with a fly out, 2 runners left on. We go to the 4th in a 6-0 game.
You made it. You went further than even you believed. You took your friends, your teammates, teachers, and coaches. You needed Dad, but Mom was there through it all. See, you didn't do it alone. It took a united effort. It also took you. United Baseball is a full-time organization focused on development and advancement of athletes. If you're a high school-age baseball player with a desire to play at the next level, you could be next. Log on to unitedbaseball.org to learn more.
Top of the 4th gets underway. And there is a new pitcher on the hill. Carson Harris has moved back over to first for Mississippi. And I am trying to do a little cross-referencing to see if I can figure out who is on the bump. Well, the best I can do is the first initial, last name. M. Glenn. So Glenn on the hill. In relief of Harris. Harris wound up working 2/3 of an inning. Faced a total of 4, had a single strikeout. No walks, gave up a couple of hits. And he allows a single run. Free pass to Cole McPherson down to second. I'll make that first. Wow, wouldn't that be something? Could we add that dimension to the game of baseball? Maybe where there is, a free pass to second. I don't know what would constitute that, though. That would be a new dimension to the game. Landon Carmucci next. Who knows? It might happen one day. I mean, they've got pitch clocks now. I mean, the game evolves. It is the basic game it was decades ago, but it's not the same game. Running is McPherson, and he will get to second without a throw. It is a little more overcast. I am feeling relatively confident it won't rain. Why? Because I put a cover up for my camera in center field. Typically when I do that, it doesn't rain. If I leave it out in the open, it does. But it is getting a little overcast as Carmucci awaits the offering. Look to second, and then Glenn with a throw. I think that might have been just to avoid any possibility of a balk. Was none anyway. And it really wouldn't have done anything, but Glenn with a follow through. On the outside part of the plate to Carmucci. Carmucci with a walk and a run scored in the third. Let's see if anything has changed on the iPhone weather app as far as weather is concerned. Does now say a 20% chance of rain at 3 o'clock. Originally had a little precip at 4. Now 3. But keep in mind, too, it says it's mostly sunny in Hattiesburg. Maybe somewhere in Hattiesburg, not here, fouled away by Carmucci. While McPherson is taking off for third, he will make the U-turn, go back to the bag at second. One more pool play game and then the championships. Another walk, this one to Carmucci. And a couple of base runners aboard. And everybody out to the bump to have a conversation with Glenn. Blevins the start, worked 2 1/3. Harris came in and worked 2/3. And now Glenn on the bump here in the 4th. The Capitals coming into this one hold the distinction of the single team in 16U that has scored the most and allowed the least. Coming into this game as the punt is laid down by Wilson. Glenn will get it, looks over to first, but late covering is Duhan and safely on is Wilson. So it is loaded for the top of the order, Devin Reese. Nobody out. Parker Stanley moving to the on-deck circle. Devin Reese has singled and been hit by a pitch. Pops this one up back towards the screen. And from behind the plate, Kane McKinley with the catch. Parker Stanley next. Well, you got to believe Stanley's got his guard up. He's been to the plate twice and hit twice. Both times by the starting pitcher Blevins. Now facing Glenn. And that's an inside pitch. Didn't get him, but it was an inside offering. Capitals have knocked off UBO Henry and the Gulf Coast Pelicans. 15-3 and 17-4. Mississippi Futures with a lost FB Scout 16 and a win over Capitals 15. Popped up on the infield. And from first, the catch will be made by Carson Harris. And Mississippi Futures is an out away from beating the odds. Odds are with the bases loaded and nobody gone, you get at least a run out of it. On the inside part of the plate to Stroud. 78-mile-an-hour offering to Christian Stroud, who ground into a double play and walked with the bases loaded. That is a high pop up to right field. And in to make the catch is Connor Dewey. Bases loaded with nobody out, bases left loaded with 3 gone.
Are you an athlete looking to play at the next level? With players and teams all across the Southeast, United teams compete regionally and nationally in Showcase Series, Perfect Game, and PBR events. Visit UnitedBaseball.org and you could be next. United Baseball Organization, where the focus is always on you.
We head to the bottom of the fourth. Hayden Thompson starts, and Jackson Juneau and Cooper Lyrock due up in the inning, too. Futures able to hold the Capitals scoreless in the fourth, despite that bases loaded, nobody out scenario. They got a favor. We're looking for a goal of 6,700 subscribers by the end of today. Do you realize that's only 7 away? 7 away from the goal. So if you haven't already subscribed to our YouTube channel, here is how as Dobson floats this one to left. Luke Wilson there for the catch. If you went to our website, JockJive.com, if you went to the Showcase Series website, showcaseseries.org, you're still watching it on our YouTube media player. So that means a subscribe button is close by. So if you move that cursor over the subscribe button and click, it would give us goosebumps. Okay, maybe not goosebumps, but it'd make us happy. Trying to get to 6,700 by the end of today. You know, looking to grow the community. Ground to short, Hogan's got it, goes to first, Juneau out on the 6-3. Cooper Lyrock next. He had a double to begin the second. And you definitely want to download the Showcase Series app. Wherever you get your apps, that's where you'll find the Showcase Series. And it has got a ton of information. Line to third, and that will ricochet of Carmucci. Lyrock on. And let's see how the official scorekeeper scores that. I'm thinking E, but could be H. We'll see. Connor Dewey next. As there is a base runner aboard with 2 gone. Well, I haven't seen either post, an E or an H. So I'm going to score that as an E5 unofficially. Low and away with the pitch to Connor Dewey. Dewey ground into a 6-5. It was a 6-5 that took Cooper Lyrock off the base path in the second after he had hit a double to begin the inning. Kane McKinley is on deck outside with a pitch from Christian Stroud. Getting his first full inning of work in after working 2/3 of the third. Pass given. Dewey will walk down to first. Lyrock will trot down to second. Couple of base runners on for Mississippi Futures. And coach coming out of the bump to have a conversation with Easton Stroud. Well, that Showcase Series app, it's got scores, it's got schedules, it's got all the tournaments all summer long. It's got information in getting to venues. It's got rules. Talks about the concessions. The guidelines for getting out onto the turf. Just so much. Very comprehensive. Outside to Kane McKinley. McKinley wrapped into a double play that put it into the second. On the outside part of the plate with the pitch. 75-mile-an-hour Christian Stroud offering. I believe the fastest pitch we have seen has been 89 this weekend. Popped up to Declan Albro in center, and I think he lost it for a bit. That's going to get Lyrock in. Dewey to third and McKinley at second. So Mississippi on the board here in the bottom of the fourth. And it just looked like Albro lost it as it went skyward. And runners in, a couple of runners on. Carson Harris at the plate. 2 out, McKinley base hit. Getting Mississippi on the board, mid part of the order when you get to the top of the fifth for Capital 16. Well, if you are FB Scout 16, knowing that Mississippi Futures needs to score 8 if the Capitals win, you got 1 off that 8 total needed. Strike delivered on the inside part of the plate. And his ground is second. Dozat's got it, whips it over to first. Throw will pull your first baseman Carmucci off the bag a little bit, but he'll reach over and lay the tag. By the way, I don't know who's playing third now since Carmucci's gone to first after Stroud went to the bump. We'll find that out when we return.
University of Alabama Online, where legends log in. A tradition of excellence. Decades of experience in distance learning. Empowering students of all ages. More than 90 degree and certificate programs to advance your career. UA Online. Flexible, affordable, legendary. Let your computer be your campus. Visit online.ua.edu.
Easton Miller leading off the top of the fifth. And that is a pinch hitter for Easton Miller. Let's see who that is. Max Thigpen. So Max Thigpen pinch hitting for Easton Miller here in the top of the 5th. Strike delivered on the outside part of the plate. A Denham Springs product. Just a little bit outside with the pitch. Well, back to sunny skies now. Looks like it's going to be one of those days where one moment it is overcast, looks like it could, get wet. Next moment, plenty of sunshine. See, I told you my cover in center field over the camera works. Scares off the rain. Colton Hogan, Declan Albro, 2 up in the inning as well. Glenn's pitch fouled back. Thigpen is listed as a shortstop and pitcher, which leads to speculation from moi as to whether Thigpen might be on the bump when we get the bottom of the 5th underway. Into the stands and out of play by Thigpen. If you are wondering about time, you've got a 1 hour, 50-minute time limit. We are currently an hour 13 in. Strike 3, out will go Thigpen looking. So right at 35 minutes left in that allotted 1 hour and 50-minute time limit. Not sure if the time limit will apply in the championships. That typically is kind of a game time decision with the coaches. However, on a day in which there is the possibility of rain, that might just be a foregone conclusion. Then we'll stick with the $150. Fouled away by Hogan. Hogan 1 for 2 in the game. He is ground out to third and tripled. Tripled in a couple of runs and scored in the 3rd. So half of the 3rd inning runs Hogan was responsible for. Scoring 1 and driving in 2 outside with a pitch. Declan Albro is on deck. Again, a huge thank you to the folks here at Southern Miss. You talk about hospitable. Opening doors, literally. And getting the best seat in the house to be able to watch the game and bring the coverage to you. Outside to Hogan. Not to mention a little AC. And on a hot pre-summer June day or days, that has been nice. Hogan was the first out in the 2nd inning when he ground into the 5-3. And that triple in the 3rd. 2-2 pitch. Too far outside. And obviously, a thanks to James Gamble, Nick Singleton, Jerry Martinez, Daniel Ballard, everybody affiliated with the showcase. I believe this is year 6. Strike 3 on the outside part. And out will go Hogan. Our 6th year, I think, of working with the Showcase. And good to be back. You talk about visiting some of the elite baseball facilities in the country. Southern Miss, a couple of weeks at LSU. Have previously been at Texas A&M, going to the University of Houston. On the outside part of the plate to Declan Albro. And James Gamble is always looking for those new facilities too. As that is lifted in the direction of left field, and that will drop in front of Keenan Cuevas and hop beyond Cuevas on his way to second. Albro. And he is there safely. Cuevas just kind of misjudged it. And then it hopped past him. And it'll get Albro to second. That'll be scored as a double for Albro with Logan Dozat coming to the plate. Dozat with a couple of strikeouts, 0 for 2 in the game. As that one is sent into the stands. Cole McPherson on deck. I haven't mentioned our social medias. Be sure to follow us: Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Threads. Put JockJive in the search engine, should be able to find us. And I put something on Instagram that you will find underneath the stadium here. I'll just leave it at that. Give you a chance to go peek. Inside with a pitch to, well, this isn't Dozat, by the way, with turn. Away from the pitch. Pinch hitter Bryson Smith. That's another Denham Springs product. But that turn away made me notice the 11, not the 16 on the jersey of the hitter. So that is Bryson Smith. That is sent to short and snagged there by Dobson. A runner left aboard. We go to the bottom of the 5th. Blevins, Cuevas, and Duhan coming up. Just about all White Jones County. Diving catch at shortstop. Gross. Towards the gap. Diving catch in center field by Ben Aklinski. There is a shot towards deep short. Kraft's got it. Long throw over, and he got it. Bottom part of the order in the bottom of the fifth, Kendall Blevins starting in for Mississippi Futures. Gavin Cuevas and Benjamin Duhan due up in the inning as well. Max Thigpen is your third baseman now for the Capitals. Batting in the fourth spot where Easton Miller had been previously. Into short, fielded there by Hogan, goes to first and out goes Blevins. Gavin Cuevas next. Benjamin Duhan to the on-deck circle. And we'll see if Bryson Smith stayed into the game to play second. If he'll turn around for me, I'll see whether we've got an 11 or 16 there defensively for the Capitals. Floated into the stands. All artificial turf here at Hill Denson Field. So if it did rain, it won't keep us from wrapping up the day. Not asking for rain, by the way. Just always know in the deep south this time of year, especially as you get later into the afternoon, it's a possibility. Strike delivered to Cuevas. Cuevas with a single in the third. He'll foul tip that one back into the mid of Stanley. And yes, it is Bryson Smith at second now. So those are your defensive changes for the Capitals. Up against the batting cage from Benjamin Duhan. Top of the order, Keenan Cuevas to the on-deck circle. Christian Stroud, who came into the ball game in the third inning. Working the fifth. That is sent up the middle, base hit. 2-out single from Benjamin Duhan. That is the fifth Mississippi hit of the game. And it's got a base runner aboard as we get back to the top of the order. Keenan Cuevas coming to the plate. Just a little bit inside to the left-hander. 8, 9, and 10 in the Capitals order when you get to the top of the sixth. Down to first goes the throw, able to get back safely is Duhan. I talked about the baseball all summer long when it wraps. Actually, before it wraps, we'll have an overlap of our final baseball of the summer and our first football of the fall. And that will happen about 3 weeks into August. And will find its way into right field, base hit for Cuevas. Back-to-back singles and a couple of base runners on. Hayden Thompson coming to the plate. Thompson 0 for 2 with a strikeout and a flyout. Struck out in the first, flew out in the fourth. Jackson Juneau is on deck. Here's the Stroud pitch. One week ago, regional collegiate baseball played here. Alabama, Miami, Columbia. All here. Championship game went to Monday with Southern Miss and Miami. And Miami wins it 5-4 on Monday to advance to the Super Regionals. And of course today, Miami and Louisville in the deciding Super Regional game. Trying to take a trip to Omaha, Nebraska. Strike 3 on the inside part of the plate to Dobson. 2 base hits, but 2 stranded. We go to the 6th. It's still a 5-run Capitals lead.
Drives that in the direction of right field. That is going to sail. I'm really not sure why I quote it. It's so frequently wrong. That is hit well towards left field. Jackson Hyatt, 1 for 2 in the game, lifts this one towards left center. Here's the 1-0 offering. That is hit well towards left field. High fly ball, left. That is shot in the direction. Barr, who is issued in Fye-Sackerly with 2 gone. Fye-Sackerly trying to come to the plate with put the finishing touches on a mercy rule win. That's hit well, though, towards left field, and it'll be wrapped up around 8 o'clock. And a shot in the direction of right field. Lyles. 2-1 offering. That is shot towards the gap.
Got a new pitcher from Mississippi. That is Gavin Cuevas. Cuevas in for Glenn. Glenn worked 2 innings. And in those 2 innings faced 10. And like the 2s. 2 strikeouts, 2 walks, 2 hits. And he likes the goose egg under the run column. Did not allow a run in his 2 innings of work. Cole McPherson, Landon Carmucci, and Luke Wilson. All due up in the inning. But this is a pinch hitter trying to pick up the number. It's either a 15 or a 19. And it'll be a strikeout of, let's see, when he turns and walks into the dugout, I'll be able to pick up the number. 15, that is Volts. Xander Volts, the John Curtis third baseman. Pinch hitting for McPherson. And he will strike out for out number 1. Landon Carmucci. Swing and a miss at the Cuevas pitch. 73-mile-an-hour offering. $73-mile-an-hour pitch to Carmucci has walked twice, walked in the 3rd and 4th. There is a swing and miss, and out goes Carmucci. Back-to-back Ks for Cuevas. One swinging, one looking. Capitals from apparently Louisiana, looking at all the high schools. So is it fair to say from the Baton Rouge area, since Baton Rouge is the capital of Louisiana? Fouled away by Luke Wilson. And the spelling on Capitals is Capital. OL would be, like capital gains, I think. I mean, not like I'm an intellect on anything school related. Wilson 2 for 2. He singled in the 3rd and 4th. He accounts for a 1/3 of the Capital base hits. Into the dirt with a pitch. That will get Wilson down to first with a walk, but he motors thinking I can get more, and his long strides will get him another 90 feet. So in scoring position, aggressive base running by Wilson. And we're back to the top of the order with Devin Reese. Reese has singled, been hit by a pitch, and popped out behind the plate. Parker Stanley to the on-deck circle. That is ground to short, fielded by Dobson. Gets it to first, out goes Reese. Left on is Wilson as we head to the bottom of the 6th. Here's the 7 guy.
Right up the middle, base hit, back-to-back base hit. Starter with a double, the single from Cumbie coming to the plate and tagged down at home. Bottom of the sixth gets underway and is popped up by Jackson Juneau to left field. There the catch made by Luke Wilson. And Juneau is out number one. The new pitcher is Logan Dozat. Christian Stroud will work 2 2/3. And in those 2 2/3, faces 13, strikes out 3. Handed out a single walk. Gives up 3 hits and a run. And hands it over to Dozat, facing Cooper Lyrock, with 1 away in the bottom of the sixth. Connor Dewey to the on-deck circle. Will we go to the 7th? Right now, unofficially, about 9 minutes left in that time limit. On the outside part of the plate to Lyrock. That is ground foul over towards the dugout. Lyrock has doubled and reached on an error. The double came in the second, reached on the error in the fourth, grounds it to short. And Hogan will boot it. Lyrock's on. So a base runner aboard here in the bottom of the sixth. Connor Dewey coming to the plate. Well, we go back to that issue where it's kind of a double-edged sword if you are Mississippi Futures. In the definitely you want runners. Put out will go 5-3 on Dewey. Because you got to have runs. But you also want some time on the clock so you can get another inning in. Kane McKinley 1 for 2. Carson Harris to the on-deck circle. Popped up towards center field and able to come out and make the catch from second is Smith. And McKinley flies out, leaving a runner on. And do we have time to get the 7th? We do indeed. We go
to the top of the 7th on JockJive.
You've played some travel ball, you've shared the videos. Mom and Dad can only root so much. It's time to get real interest from the colleges and scouts in your area right where you live. That's why the Showcase Series is different. We're not just another tournament, we're an advancement event where you get real-time exposure with live TV coverage of our games that get you seen directly by the coaches you want to impress from anywhere in the world. Register for events at showcaseseries.org. It's your turn at bat. Top of the 7th gets underway. Parker Stanley will start it off. Christian Stroud and Max Thigpen due up in the inning 2. Meanwhile, Gavin Cuevas getting his 2nd inning of work in. Worked the 6th, then faced 4. Now working the 7th. Well, we will go the full 7 in this one. Not many games have gone 7. The first one yesterday, and now the first one today. One more pool play game, and then we get to the championships. That is floated towards center field. Jackson Juneau with the catch, and out will go Stanley. A meaningless pool play game from the perspective of affecting the championship, but obviously important games for Capitals 15 and the Gulf Coast Pelicans Scouts 16 in that 11-15 matchup, and 2, an opportunity to play on an NCAA D1 field. .130, the 18U Championship, Extreme Scout 19 and the Gulf Coast Pelicans 18. And then that 16U title game, the Extreme 16 and either Capitals 16 or FB Scout 16. If things stay as is, it'll be Capitals 16. There's a pass to Stroud. He'll take the walk, go down to first. Second walk handed out by Cuevas. Max Thigpen getting his 2nd at-bat of the game. He hit in the 5th and struck out.
entering his junior year there at Denham Springs. Colton Hogan to the on-deck circle. One away, one aboard. Capitals trying to add some insurance. That'll be thrown away, and Stroud's going to run away. Down to second. So a base runner in scoring position. And I think Stroud came up a little bit gimpy. Looks like he's indicating to the sidelines, hey, Coach, I need a replacement. And let's see who will come into the game for Stroud. That is going to be Cole McPherson. So McPherson runs for Stroud. That is ground to short. Thompson will leave it behind, and everybody's safe. And a Mississippi team that had not committed an error has now committed two in back-to-back at-bats. Colton Hogan, throw down to second. In with the steal is Thigpen. That will wind up in center field, and Stroud will come in. Thigpen will go to third. And the Capitals add to the lead. As that is floated towards Cuevas in left field, backs up to make the catch, tagging is Thigpen, and he will come in easily. So Hogan with a sacrifice fly. And the base is cleared in an 8-1 game. That one fouled away by Jackson Perry. Perry batting in the spot where Declan Albro had been previously. And he'll drop that one into center field. Jackson Perry from Tioga. On in first as Bryson Smith makes his way to the plate. Just a little bit inside with the pitch to Smith, who came into the game in the fifth and popped out to short. And he'll drop that one into left field, a base hit. So a couple of runners on as Volts comes back. Batting in that spot where McPherson was previously. Got his first at-bat of the game in the sixth, back to the plate in the seventh. Oh for 1 in the game. Landon Carmucci to the on-deck circle. That'll get into the dirt. Off to third goes Perry, second goes Smith. Inside with the offering. Nice stop behind the plate by McKinley. Volts is listed as a third baseman from John Curtis. And he will send this one towards center field. There for the catch is Jackson Juneau. Volts with a fly out for out number 3. 2 runners stranded, but 3 errors committing to 2 runs, or at least were part of the reason 2 runs came in. In the top of the 7th, we go to the bottom of the inning with Mississippi Futures needing 7 to tie and 8 to win.
You made it. You went further than even you believed. You took your friends, your teammates, teachers, and coaches. You needed Dad, but Mom was there through it all. See, you didn't do it alone. It took a united effort. It also took you. United Baseball is a full-time organization focused on development and advancement of athletes. If you're a high school-age baseball player with a desire to play at the next level, you could be next. Log on to unitedbaseball.org to learn more.
Bottom of the 7th gets underway. It is Carson Harris leading it off, and he will ground into the 1-3 to begin the bottom of the inning. And the Capitals are 2 outs away from appearing in the 16U championship and dashing the hopes of FB Scout 16, which obviously had a great tournament. 3-0 in pool play, did not suffer defeat, but may not get in, as that pitch is inside on Blevins. Based on the fact that at the moment, FB Scout 16 has allowed 14 runs, and Capitals 16 has allowed 8. And that's the first of the tiebreakers if head-to-head doesn't decide it and the 2 teams didn't face one another in pool play. Strike delivered to Blevins, who has ground out to third and short. Popped up on the infield at short, Colton Hogan making the catch. And Mississippi Futures down to their last out. Still hope for Futures, still hope for FB Scout 16. Yesterday, I believe it was, had 9 runs scored with 2 outs in a single game. So it can happen. Doesn't often, but always within the realm of possibility as that one is sent to left field. But able to make the catch is Luke Wilson, and that's your ball game. So this one is final, and the Capitals 16 are in. They will play Extreme 16 in the 16U Championship at 3:45. FB Scout 16 finishing 3-0 in pool play, but out in that hunt for a championship banner. There's your final numbers. Future 6 hits, 3 errors, 1 run. It came in the 4th. They will leave a total of 7 stranded. For Capital 16, 9 left on, 8 base hits, 2 errors committed. And the runs divvied up this way, 6 in the 3rd and 2 came in the 7th. And there is your final score. For those of you who have watched through the weekend, you know the routine. Camera stays on, link stays live, and in about 30, we'll have the last of the pool play games here on JockJive before we head to the title games at about 1:30 and 3:45. Hi, everybody. Welcome back. Last of the pool play games. And then we get into your championships, the 18U and the 16U. Robert Williamson set to bring you the coverage. It is the 12th game this weekend of 14, second one on day 3. And in the opening game, a Capital 16 8-1 win over the Mississippi Futures in the game that started your Sunday of baseball. Elijah Parton starting things off. Tanner Shillette batting in the 2 spot for Capitals 15. 3-hitter Braden Lennox. Joseph Bernard batting 4th. Jeffrey Meyer 5th. Brennan Boston is the 6th guy. Jude Guillory batting 7th. Javi Pizzolata is batting in that 8th spot. As you're going to walk, given to Parton. And a runner aboard to begin this one. Compliments of the walk. Taylor Jenkins is the 9-hitter for Capitals 15, and Jeremiah Smith will bat 10th. Gulf Coast Pelicans scout 16, putting Sawyer Elliott on the hill. Nathan Courier is behind the plate. Walt Etheridge at first. Noah Coleman at second. The shortstop Pierce Gill, and at third Colton Kane. Running is Parton, and he's in safely with a steal. Pelican outfield, Colton Eason in left. Center fielder is Hunter Skates, and Pearson Quates in right field. On the inside part of the plate to Chelan. What a great weekend of baseball. And it all wraps up today. We're hoping Mama Nature will cooperate. Let us get all of the games in with no problems. Popped up on the infield catch at short by Gill. And Parton dives back into second safely. One away for Braden Lennox. Joseph Bernard to the on-deck circle. What is it like in Hattiesburg? Glad you asked, as that's popped up to the left side, and coming over to make the catch is Colton Eason. Lennox with a fly out. And there's 2 gone. 88 degrees, not as warm today. Highs expected to get to 90. We've had 93. Feels like 88. Winds out of the west-southwest at 11 with gusts to 19. Off to third will go Parton there safely, as Joseph Bernard hits. A half an inch of rain expected today. Let's hope that comes late. And if the current forecast holds true, it will. But that's an imperfect science. As a matter of fact, yesterday was supposed to be clear. No mention of any rain until maybe Sunday morning. And about 15 minutes after the game wrapped up, the bottom fell out. So you never know. But if current predictions are accurate weather-wise, nothing until the late hours tonight. UV index 7 and high, the air quality 58 and moderate. Visibility 17 miles. Humidity at 65%. As you got a walk given to Bernard, and Parton will take the opportunity as it rolls away from Courier to come in from third. So the Capitals get on the board here in the top of the first. It is 2 degrees warmer than it typically is this time of year. And new to our look at weather, some moon data. Illumination 93%. Next full moon in 3 days. And the moon 251,568 miles from Earth. Pop back this direction towards the screen. Giving it a chase as Courier, but can't get to it. And there you have it. All the weather info I can give you. Well, I guess I could give you more. These iPhone weather apps now, you hit anything and something new pops up. But probably all you care to hear. Lifted towards center field and maybe then some. Hunter skates with a catch, the Jeffrey Meyer fly ball. Bernard is left on and Parton comes in.
Are you an athlete looking to play at the next level? With players and teams all across the Southeast, United teams compete regionally and nationally in Showcase Series, Perfect Game, and PBR events. Visit UnitedBaseball.org and you could be next. United Baseball Organization, where the focus is always on you.
Base runner aboard, Pierce Gill is the bobble at short. We'll put a Pelican aboard as we get the bottom part of the first underway. After a run plates in the top part of the inning. Well, the official scorekeeper says that's not an E, it's an H. We're going to comply with what they say as that is lifted to right field. Isolano able to make the catch. And back to first will come Gill. One away, one aboard. Looking at that lineup for the Pelicans, Pierce Gill, the one guy, Noah Coleman hitting second. Sawyer Elliott is the 3-hitter. Colton Kane in the 4 spot. 5-guy Walt Etheridge. Nathan Courier hits 6th. Hunter skates 7th. Colton Easton is the 8th guy. And Pearson Quates will bat 9th. Caleb Stewart getting the start on the bump for the Capitals, 15. Behind the plate, Braden Lennox. The first baseman is Brennan Boston. Eli Parton at second. Shortstop Joseph Bernard and Jude Guillory at third. In the outfield, as this one is popped up into shallow right and onto the grass goes second baseman Parton to make the catch of the Sawyer Elliott fly ball. That outfield for the Capitals, Keller Jenkins in left, center fielder Jeffrey Meyer, and the right fielder is Jamie Pizzolata. Colton Kane, 2 gone, 1 on. Ground to third. What a nice stop at third by Guillory. Won't make a throw. That'll be an infield single, but a good stop to keep Kane from getting extra bases. Walt Etheridge coming to the plate. With a couple of base runners on here in the bottom of the first, top of the second. Capitals send Boston, Guillory, and Pizzolato to the plate. That is lifted foul on the right side. On the campus of Southern Miss for about 7 or 8 more hours, give or take. And what a great weekend of baseball here at Pete Taylor Park, Hill Denson Field. Comfortably seats 5,300. Well, that's the capacity. I don't know if that would necessarily be comfortable. It might be bunched in. But there was a game, as I mentioned yesterday or the day before, in 2022 when 6,300 were here. Ole Miss came to town. And a heap of folk as well. Inside with the offering to Etheridge. And there has been many a game played here with 5,000 plus. Etheridge sending that one foul and out of play. I mentioned the championship games are now set. And we know that in the 18U it'll be Extreme Scout 19 and Gulf Coast Pelicans 18. And we know in the 16U championship it will be Capitals 16 is off to third, and able to get in safely is Pierce Gill. The double steal. Gill to third and Kane to second. Pretty good looking throw, but able to get that hand around the tag of Guillory was Gill. That's into right field, base hit. Gill will come in, Kane will too, and that will continue to roll all the way to the wall. Etheridge on his way to second, takes the turn, gives a look to coach who says, come on, and he'll head to third. 2 RBI triple. And the lead is swapped hands. Pelicans with the advantage as Nathan Courier comes to the plate. Extreme 16 and Capital 16 in the 16U championship. So all of that now set. And this is the last of the pool play games. Nathan Courier with Hunter Skates on deck. Bottom of the first, 2 runs in. And 3 total in the inning. Parton scores in the top part. Gill and Kane in the bottom. Hunter Skates to the on-deck circle. Blowing away with a pitch and a walk given to Courier. And that will put runners on the corners for Hunter Skates. Colton Eason moving to the on-deck circle. So taking a look at your 16U standings, these two teams coming out of Pool A, entering with an 0-2 mark. So one team will go winless, the other will go 1-2. That is ground foul towards third by Skates. And in your pools, Pool A, Capital 16 and FB Scout 16 both finished 3-0, but Capital 16 takes it on virtue of that tiebreaker. Runs allowed, they allowed 8. The other unbeaten, FB Scout 16, allowed 14. Mississippi Futures and UBO Henry finishing 1-2. And then currently in 0-2 Capitals 15 and Gulf Coast Pelicans Scout 16. But again, that changes with this game. Strike 3 on the outside part of the plate to Skates. He's caught looking, 2 runners stranded, but 2 runners in as we head to the second.
University of Alabama Online, where legends log in. A tradition of excellence. Decades of experience in distance learning. Empowering students of all ages. More than 90 degree and certificate programs to advance your career. UA Online. Flexible, affordable, legendary. Let your computer be your campus. Visit online.ua.edu.
Top of the second, Brendan Boston starts it. June Guillory and Jamie Pizzolato coming to the plate here in the top of the second. Well, I was looking in the standings. In Pool B, 16U, Extreme 16 finishes 2-0-1 to capture the top spot. Star 16 and Mississippi 16, 2-1. Florida Bama 16, 1-1-1. Blue Jays 16, 1-2. And the Gulf Coast Pelicans 16, 0-3. And then in the 18U division, as you got a walk issued to Boston. And a base runner on for June Guillory. Your 2 teams in are your 2 unbeaten teams. In A, Extreme Scout 19, and in B, Gulf Coast Pelicans 18. In A, FB Scout 19 and Mississippi Scout 16, as well as Sports U18, finished 2-1. UBO East 18 and Florida Bama 18 finished 0-3. As that is thrown away down to first and will allow Boston to get to second. Tying run in scoring position. And June Guillory hitting. Pool B finished this way behind the Pelicans. Stars 18 go 2-1. Mississippi 18 1-1-1. Elite Dreams and Bandits 1-2. Star Scouts 17 0-2-1. And if you're curious, in both age divisions, the best offensive and defensive teams, as you're going to walk, given to Guillory. And a couple of base runners on in the top of the second. Best offense in 18U was Gulf Coast Pelicans, scoring 31 runs. Best defense belonged to a team that didn't get in. FB Scout 19, they allowed just 10. In 16U, your top offense, Capitals 16, as that is rolled to short. Fielded by Gill. Got the 6-4, but didn't get the 3. Boston will go to third, runners on the corners as Pizzolato wraps into the 6-4 putout. Kenan Jenkins next. And that will roll away from Courier, getting Pizzolato to second. $16U, your top offense, also had the top defense. Capitals 16 scored 40 and allowed 8. Boy, 40 runs in 3 games. A little better than 13 per. While allowing 8 runs in 3 games, which is a tad under 3. And is rolled towards Gill at short. He'll field, go to first, but concede the run. Boston in, and it's time. Jenkins picking up the RBI. Pizzolato goes to third. And it's a 2-2 ball game. Jeremiah Smith taking a little bit of an inside pitch from Elliott. Got a lot of 2s on the board. 2 runs each. Top of inning number 2. 2 gone. And 2 balls currently. Eason, Quates, and Gill when you get to the bottom of the second for the Pelicans. Just a little bit outside with the 55-mile-an-hour pitch. And talking about the Capitals, when those 40 runs scored and those 8 runs allowed, that means they are winning by an average of double digits. But none of that matters when you get to the championship game. We'll see who comes away with the top prize in 18U starting at 1:30 and in 16U beginning at about 4:45. 2 outs, 1 run in, 2-2 ball game here in the top of inning number 2. Jeremiah Smith. Payoff pitch into the dirt, and he'll be walked. Runners at first and third. And coach coming out to talk to Sawyer Elliott. And it looks like that's going to do it for Elliott. Coming out of the game, a new pitcher in. We'll be back with a new guy and the Elliott numbers when we return.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
The new pitcher is Colton Kane. Sawyer Elliott will work an inning in 2/3, face 10, no strikeouts, 5 walks, no hits. Gave up a couple of runs and has a couple of runners on. That would be his responsibility. Now there is only 9 Pelicans, so everybody's somewhere. And Elliott has moved to first. Left fielder Colton Eason has moved to third. And that leads me to believe that Walt Etheridge, the former first baseman, is now the left fielder, but we'll see. Strike delivered to Elijah Parton. Parton with a walk and a run scored, stole a base as well in the first. Runners on the corners. Smith at first and Pizzolato at third. 1 run in, Boston has scored. And the capital runs have come without hits. Got a run in the first without a base hit. Get a run in the second without a base hit. That is line to short, goes underneath the mid of Gill, finds its way into left field. In to score is Pizzolato. And it's a 3-2 advantage for Capitals 15. And that will become the first base hit for Capitals. RBI single for Parton. Little check swing by Chalent. Chalent with a fly out to short in the first, 0 for 1 in the game. Eason, Quates, and Gill when you get to the bottom of the second. That is a foul ball towards third. Hard to pick up the numbers on the back of the jersey for the Pelicans. Way out in left field, but I'm pretty sure that is indeed the former first baseman Walt Etheridge in left. High and away with the pitch from Kane. Let's see what's happening elsewhere in the world of sports. Got college baseball underway. North Carolina 3-1 over Arizona in the bottom of the third. That's a series tied at 1. Murray State 5-2 lead over Duke, top of the third. Duke leads that series. Murray State trying to tie it up. And the Miami-Louisville series tied at 1. Miami in the top of the third, up 2-0. Inside with a pitch to Chalent. Braden Lennox to the on-deck circle. Later this afternoon, Arkansas and Tennessee. Arkansas leading that series by 1. UCLA and UTSA, with UCLA leading that series 1-0. Then in the evening, LSU and West Virginia. LSU with a 1-0 lead, and then the decisive game between Florida State and Oregon State, as that series is tied at 1. Both runners go, but both runners will go back. Parton to first and Smith to second, as that one is fouled away. Major League Baseball, one game in progress. Marlins and Rays. Midway through the third, and the Marlins lead at 1-0. Padres and Brewers about to get their game underway, as that one is sent right underneath the mitt of Kane on the bump, and now you got problems with Parton, caught and tagged out at third before Smith comes in. So we will take a 3-2 ball game into the bottom of the second. Just about all White Jones County. Diving catch at shortstop. Gross. Towards the gap. Diving catch in center field by Ben Aklinski. There is a shot towards deep short. Kraft's got it. Long throw over, and he got it. Just some of the games coming up this summer on JockJive. And obviously we don't get the honor to cover every one of the Showcase Series tournaments. There are a ton of them. Eason getting on. And let's see if that is scored as an E5 or a base hit. It is going to be an Eason base hit. Tying run aboard, Pearson Quates coming to the plate. Top of the order, Pierce Gill moving to the on-deck circle. But a ton of sports here on JockJive, and a ton. Well, I guess if there's a ton of sports on JockJive, there's 2 or 3 tons of baseball games with the Showcase Series. Fouled away by Quates. Top of the order, Pierce Gill to the on-deck circle. That is shoved over in the direction of right field, but foul and out of play by Quates. Quates, the last of the hitters to get their first at-bat. And it will happen about 40 minutes into the game. Popped up on the infield, calling for it on the pump is Stewart, and he'll make the catch. So Quates with a fly out. Eason stays put at first. Running is Eason. Throw down. It was there, but it hopped out of the mitt of Eli Parton. And not able to lay the tag on Eason. He's got the stolen base. Tying run in scoring position. Pierce with a grounder to short. Bernard fielding, and now Eason is caught and will be tagged out. 6-5. Will go the put out. So 2 gone with the runner at first. Noah Coleman to the plate. High fly ball, left side. Keller Jenkins reaches up and makes the catch for out number 3. 1 runner stranded off 1 base hit, 2 innings in. And the Capitals lead it by 1.
Drives that in the direction of right field. That is going to sail. I'm really not sure why I quote it. It's so frequently wrong. That is hit well towards left field. Jackson Hyatt, 1 for 2 in the game, lifts this one towards left center. Here's the 1-0 offering. That is hit well towards left field. High fly ball, left. That is shot in the direction. Barr, who is issued in Sackerly with 2 gone. Sackerly trying to come to the plate with put the finishing touches on a mercy rule win. That's hit well, though, towards left field, and it'll be wrapped up around 8 o'clock. And a shot in the direction of right field. Lyles. 2-1 offering. That is shot towards the gap.
Top of the third, Braden Lennox will start it. Joseph Bernard and Jeffrey Meyer due up in the inning 2. That is into right field. Leadoff single from Lennox. Second Capitals hit of the game. And we are going to get a runner for Lennox, the catcher. I think I heard Eli called upon. Let's see if that who bears number 13. Yep, Eli Gamer. So Gamer is on, running for Lennox with Joseph Bernard coming to the plate. Elsewhere in sports, WNBA, 2 o'clock is your first game. Sun and Mystics. NBA, a 7 o'clock matchup. Pacers and Thunder in game 2 of the NBA Finals. And tomorrow in the NHL, game 3 of the Stanley Cup. Oilers and Panthers. High inside pitch going. Foot tagged out is Gamer. And the bases are cleared with 1 away. Joseph Bernard with a walk in the first. Back to the plate here in the third on a cloudy day. Of course, the fans not complaining about the clouds. As you got a trip down to first with a walk by Bernard. Clouds are the equivalent to shade. Shade is cooler temperatures. Down to first with the throw. Bernard able to get back safely. Jeffrey Meyer with a fly out to center field. He was the last out in the first inning. Coming to the plate with 1 away and 1 on board here in the top of the third. Bottom of the inning, it'll be 3, 4, and 5 for the Pelicans. Elliott, Kane, and Etheridge. If you are worried about time, not a concern currently. Game got underway at 11:19. It is 12:05. Unofficially 1:09 is when we hit the 1 hour 50-minute mark. Swing and miss, and there's 2 gone as the strikeout of Meyer brings Brennan Boston to the plate. Boston with a walk and a run scored, advanced on an error. Came in and scored one of the 2 capital runs in the second inning. Just a little bit outside to Boston, June Guillory to the on-deck circle. .78-mile-an-hour Colton Kane pitch. Finding the strike zone, and the count goes even at 1. One ball, 1 strike, 2 gone, 1 on. That is inside for ball 2. High inside offering to Boston. I need to check out subscribers. We're trying to get to 6,700 by the end of the day. Last time I checked, we were 7 away from that goal of 67, and we are still 7 away. Popped up right side into the bullpen for the Capitals, but foul. So if you haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel, here's how. Cursor over button and click. That's it. Pretty simple. Trying to get to 6,700 before we leave Hattiesburg. And need 7 more. So if you haven't subscribed, if you don't mind, at least think about it. Got a walk given to Boston and a couple of base runners on. Bernard will go to second. And for Pelicans pitching, that is walk number 7. Jude Guillory to the plate. He was the recipient of one of those 7 walks, walked in the second. A little bit inside with a pitch to Guillory. Jamie Pizzolato moving to the on-deck circle. Couple of base runners on, 2 are gone. We're in the top of the 3rd. In a 1-run ball game, Capitals with the advantage, trying to tack on more. Pelicans trying to get it to the bottom of the 3rd as is. Elliott, Kane, and Etheridge coming to the plate in the bottom part of the inning. Second weekend for the showcase of games after spring training. First weekend for us. And there is a walk given to Guillory. Bases full of Capitals. Jamie Pizzolato coming to the plate. Keller Jenkins to the on-deck circle. Bases loaded here in the top part of inning number 3. Into the strike zone from Kane. 3 walks in the inning for Kane. But the summer season started with spring training at Mississippi Gulf Coast last weekend in May. 400 plus signed up to play Showcase Series ball. Last weekend, I know there were tournaments in Alabama at Eagle Stadium and Coastal Alabama South. As a matter of fact, I can probably scroll through the app. This is a good reason to get the app and find out where events were held. As Pizzolato, who ground into the 6-4 awaits it, is ground to third, picked up there by Eason. He will go to the bag and get the force out at third, leaving 3 stranded. But nobody comes in, and we stay 3-2 going to the bottom of the 3rd.
is the 7 guy. Right up the middle, base hit, back-to-back base hit. Starter with a double, the single from Cumbie coming to the plate and tagged down at home.
Sawyer Elliott starting off the bottom of the third. Colton Kane and Walt Etheridge due up in the inning 2. Elliott was the starting pitcher for the Pelicans. Wound up working an inning and 2/3. Faced 10, no strikeouts, 5 walks, no hits, and gave up 3 runs. And when Kane came in, Elliott went to first. And he will go to the plate for the second time in the ball game, having popped out to second previously, and he'll be popped here and go down to first as a hit batsman. So the tying run on in the bottom of the third. Colton Kane to the plate. Kane, the starting third baseman, was the guy that came in when Elliott came off the pump. Went to the hill and has been there since the second inning. High with the offering from Stewart. $18U and $16U championships coming up. That is a foul ball towards third. I see too with the app that, let me go back to my app again. I'm seeing some of the fall locations show up. Fall ball a little different than summer ball. Did he get a piece of it? Apparently not, and that will allow Elliott to take second as the swing and miss got away from Lennox. But let me scroll past July. And see if there are some fall dates. No, just from last year currently. But that will change. There will be 2025 fall dates. Last weekend, events at Eagle Stadium in Ozark, Sulphur Sports Complex in Sulphur, Louisiana. Also at Coastal Alabama South in Baymonette, Alabama. That is a high fly ball sent towards center field. It will drop in. Walt Etheridge delivering as rounding third, and coming in is Elliott on the double by Etheridge. So a 1-out base hit from Etheridge drives in a 1-out run. And we are knotted up at 3. Popped up in the direction of right field. Pizzolatto there to make the catch. I don't think Jeffrey Meyer knew that Pizzolatto was going to make the catch. Nearly collided with him. But Courier will fly out for out number 2. Hunter Skates next. He will float that one in the direction of left field. Keller Jenkins there for the catch, and Skates with a flyout for out number 3. 1 runner stranded, 1 runner in. We're tied at 3 going to the 4th.
You've played some travel ball, you've shared the videos. Mom and Dad can only root so much. It's time to get real interest from the colleges and scouts in your area right where you live. That's why the Showcase Series is different. We're not just another tournament, we're an advancement event where you get real-time exposure with live TV coverage of our games that get you seen directly by the coaches you want to impress from anywhere in the world. Register for events at showcaseseries.org. It's your turn at bat.
Top of the fourth gets underway. Keller Jenkins will start it. The same Keller Jenkins that put it into the bottom of the third, grabbing the pop out by Hunter Skates. Jeremiah Smith and Eli Parton due up in the inning as well. Jenkins picked up an RBI when he grounded into a 6-3 in the second. 3-3 ball game. 1 run in the first, 2 in the second for the Capitals, 2 in the first, and 1 in the third for the Pelicans. And there is a walk given to Jenkins. That is the 4th walk from Kane, the 9th from the Pelicans. And a runner on for Jeremiah Smith. Eli Parton moving to the on-deck circle. Couple of 0-2 teams trying to pick up a win before wrapping up pool play and heading back to the house. Whether that is in the Louisiana area for the Capitals or looks like Florida and Alabama for the Pelicans. Jeremiah Smith walked in the second. Eason, Quates, and Gill when you get to the bottom of the fourth for the Pelicans. Well, I'm originally from the Northwest Florida area and now live in the edge of Alabama. So I recognize a lot of these Gulf Coast Pelican high schools. W.S. Neal, that's in Bruton. Wetumpka High, just out of Montgomery. Prattville, there in the Montgomery Metro as well. Arrington, that's home of the Purple Cats. Edgewood Academy. I'm trying to remember where that is. South Walton. Down in the southern part of Walton County. Pace High School. Right across the bay from Pensacola. Over to first goes the throw. Jenkins back safely. On the Capitals roster, Denham Springs, Alexandria, Jenna, Pine Prairie, all acknowledged. One away with a strikeout of Smith. And we are back to the top of the order. Eli Parton to the plate. Parton laying down the bunt, going out to get it as Courier throws over to first. And Elliott was off the bag trying to field the throw when Parton crossed by. So no sacrifice. Instead, I'm scoring that as an E2, a little high with the toss from Courier. And a couple of base runners are on. Tanner Shillette to the plate. Shillette 0 for 2 with a fly out and a ground out to short. And is shoved foul over towards third. Rolls over towards the patio area. Little dining spot in front of the batting cages and beyond third. Tables, chairs, and umbrellas. Here at Pete Taylor Park. Low inside pitch to Shillette. We are a little beyond the 1 hour mark. So inside 50 minutes in your time limit. Outside pitch to Shillette. Braden Lennox to the on-deck circle. That is a fair ball. Got it just between the chalk and Eason. Into the corner it will go. Jenkins will score. Parton will score. Throw coming to the plate, and that will allow Shillette to take third. So a double by Shillette driving in two. He advances to third on the throw. Two runs are in, and Shillette's at third. And Parton apparently got hit by the throw coming to the plate and comes up a little bit gimpy. And let's see if that is going to be it for Colton Kane. Came into the game in the second. And has worked his way into the fourth, and apparently that will do it. Kane is coming out, and we're about to make some changes on the bump when we come back to Hattiesburg.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for two on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. It's that
the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State.
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
The new pitcher, Nathan Courier, with a wild toss, and Chalette coming in from third. And that will clear the bases, turn it into a 6-3 game. Got a pinch hitter at the plate. This is Kel Harford. So Harford batting in the spot where Lennox had hit previously. Joseph Bernard in the on-deck circle. Nathan Courier, the new pitcher. Former catcher, now pitching. And the former pitcher is now catching. Colton Kane moving from the bump from behind the plate. Colton Eason has moved back to first. And you got a walk given to Harford. And it looks like Elliott, who started on the mound with the first, has now gone to third. Pelicans playing musical chairs with those defensive spots. Jeffrey Meyer in to run for Harford. As coming to the plate is Joseph Bernard. And moving to the on-deck circle, Elijah Gamer. That is lifted towards right field, and it will drop in as a base hit. Meyer will make his way to second. Bernard on at first. And coming to the plate is Eli Gamer. Brennan Boston to the on-deck circle. Outside with the offering from Courier. Colton Kane will work an inning and 2/3, face 11. 2 strikeouts, 4 walks, 3 hits given up, and he will allow a total of 3 runs. And gets away from Kane and allows runners to advance. Meyer will go to third, while Bernard goes to second. Into the strike zone with a pitch to Gamer. Gamer came into the ballgame earlier as a runner, getting his first plate appearance here. And that'll get into the dirt, and Gamer will be given a walk. And that is the 11th walk from Pelican pitching. And the bases are loaded. Full of Capitals here in the top of the 4th. On the outside part of the plate to Brennan Boston. Boston has walked twice. And as a matter of fact, there have been 25 at-bats. And 11 of the 25 at-bats have been walks. Couple of strikes on Boston. Outside. Ball 1, 1-2. June Guillory on deck. Just a little bit inside with the pitch, and the count goes even. Couple of balls, couple of strikes. 3 runs in and 3 runners on. We came into the inning in a 3-3 game. "97 total Pelican pitches." That was the 98th. And of those 98 tosses, 64 have been outside of the strike zone, 34 have been in. Low and away, walk given to Boston. 3rd one for Boston. This one will produce an RBI, as coming in from 3rd is Myers. So the bases loaded walk makes it a 7-3 game. And brings June Guillory to the plate. Inside to Guillory. He too has walked twice. And he too walked in the 2nd and 3rd. So what Boston has done, Guillory has done. On the outside part of the plate to Guillory. Jamie Pizzolato moving to the on-deck circle. A little bit wide of the strike zone. Boston at first. Gamer is at second. Bernard at third. Top of the 4th in a 7-3 game. That's up the middle. Ricochets off Courier's mitt. Everybody save compliments of the infield single. Bernard scores. Gamer to third. Boston to second. And Guillory with the RBI base hit at first. Chabby Pizzolato coming to the plate, and the guy that began the inning. Keller Jenkins moving to the on-deck circle. Another one, almost the exact same thing, except this time you got it out at first. So Pizzolato wrapping into the 1-4-3. But did get the RBI, bringing in Gamer. And we're back to the guy who started it off. Outside to Keller Jenkins. On the outside part of the plate to Jenkins, who was ground out to short and walked. Scored a run and driven in one. That is up the middle. Fielded by Gill at short. Throw over to first. Will get Jenkins and leaves 2 on. But 6 come in. And a 3-3 game is now a 9-3 game. Headed to the bottom of the 4th.
You made it. You went further than even you believed. You took your friends, your teammates, teachers, and coaches. You needed Dad, but Mom was there through it all. See, you didn't do it alone. It took a united effort. It also took you. United Baseball is a full-time organization focused on development and advancement of athletes. If you're a high school-age baseball player with the desire to play at the next level, you could be next. Log on to unitedbaseball.org to learn more.
First pitch, Colton Easton sending it to short. Bernard sends it to first, and Easton is out number 1. So one out for Pearson Quates. Pierce Gill moving to the on-deck circle. Phone just said rain expected to start at 12:46 at my location. Well, I am looking as far as I can look from my press box view, and doesn't look that bad right now. But that's what it'd say. Rain within the next 5 minutes. And apparently now saying a drizzle for about the next hour. So obviously there are different parts of Hattiesburg, 50,000 population. Into the stands, foul by Quates, and obviously pretty close to us. But according to the app, going to have some rain. Crown to third, scooped up by Guillory, goes to first. And a nice stretch on the receiving end by Chalette. Able to bring it in for out number 2. Two gone from the top of the order, Pierce Gill. And a shot over in the direction of right field and able to reach up and make the catch. That is, I believe, Jude Guillory. No, that is Elijah Parton, I think. Now playing out in right. So 3 up, 3 down in the bottom of the fourth. We go to the fifth in a 9-3 game.
Are you an athlete looking to play at the next level? With players and teams all across the Southeast, United teams compete regionally and nationally in Showcase Series, Perfect Game, and PBR events. Visit UnitedBaseball.org and you could be next. United Baseball Organization, where the focus is always on you.
Bottom of the order in the top of the fifth, Jeremiah Smith will start it. Eli Parton and Tanner Chalette due up in the inning, too. A 9-3 lead. Well, let's take a look at the radar and see what that is that's coming through. Oh, yep. Do have a little activity moving into the area according to the radar. It's not a big band of rain, but it's enough to dampen spirits, and looks like it's got a little intensity to it. And it looks like maybe the worst of that particular band of showers could be about an hour away, or a little less. Low pitch to Smith. Outside with the offering, Smith given a walk to begin the fifth. That is the fourth walk issued by Courier. And there is a base runner aboard. Looks like a courtesy runner for Smith. That is going to be Jenkins coming into the game to run. As we get back to the top of the order, Elijah Parton to the plate. He'll send that one up the middle and will drop in as a base hit. And you got a couple of base runners on. Sixth hit of the game for the Capitals. Tanner Chalette to the plate. Chalette with a fly out to short, a ground out to short, and a double. Got a couple of base runners on with nobody out. And he will send that one foul over towards the batting cage. A little bit outside with the pitch, and the count runs even at 1 ball, 1 strike. Cal Harford moving to the on-deck circle. If you're looking at time, still got about 20 minutes left in the 1 hour, 50 minutes where this game is concerned. That is popped up right side. Back onto the grass to make the catch at second is Noah Coleman. And Gillette with the flyout. Although admittedly, if the rain did happen to start during this game, I seriously doubt. And let me put the asterisk by this. Everything I say unofficial. I kind of think they probably wouldn't bring these two teams back this late into the game, in a pool play game. Ground to short, fielded by Gill, goes to second and gets the out on the 6-4. Jenkins going to third. And there's two gone with runners at first and third. That is sent back this direction up against the screen and foul. Joseph Bernard has walked twice, singled once. 1 for 1 with a run scored. Ground to third, right through the wicket for Elliott. In to score is Jenkins. And it becomes a 7-run lead here in the top of the 5th. And the Pelicans will pick up their 3rd error of the game. Couple of runners on for Gamer. Eli Gamer coming to the plate. Gamer got his first at-bat in the 4th, walked and scored a run. Now back to the plate in the 5th. Brennan Boston to the on-deck circle. Coleman, Elliott, and Kane in the bottom of the 5th. Just a little bit outside. Strike delivered on the outside part of the plate. Weather app said rain at 12:46. It is 12:51. And we're still dry. Let's hope that there's more inaccuracies coming. Gamer in the spot that was originally occupied by Jeffrey Meyer, given a walk down to first and the bases are loaded. And that's got Brennan Boston coming to the plate. 3 trips to the plate and 3 trips to first, compliments of a walk. The last of which came with the bases loaded. And got him an RBI. There's a base hit into center field. In to score comes Lennox. Or check that, Hartford. And now tagged out at second is Boston. 2 runs will play. Boston getting an RBI, a 2 RBI single, and then gets tagged out at second. So 2 more runs in, and the lead will go to 9. We head to the bottom part of the 5th. The Pelicans now must get something, as you got mercy rules that kick in, and the one that kicks in after 5 is an 8-run advantage.
University of Alabama Online, where legends log in. A tradition of excellence. Decades of experience in distance learning. Empowering students of all ages. More than 90 degree and certificate programs to advance your career. UA Online. Flexible, affordable, legendary. Let your computer be your campus. Visit online.ua.edu.
Going to peek at some of the Showcase Series stuff that we will be at in the month of June as we get the bottom of the fifth underway. And if you are the Pelicans, you are now in a must-score situation. Got to get a couple of runs to send it to the next inning. Over the head of Noah Coleman. Sawyer Elliott and Colton Kane due up in the inning, too. That is mishandled at third. That is Lennox now at third, who couldn't bring it in, and the E5 will get Coleman on. So if you are the Pelicans, trying to get runs in and extend the game to the sixth inning, got a good start on it with a runner at first. Colton Kane on deck. Elliott with a fly out to second, got hit by a pitch. Taking off for second is Coleman, thrown down, not in time. And he is in with a stolen base. That fly out to second was the second out in the first inning. He got hit by a pitch to begin the third. Foul tipped back by Elliott. Elliott has pitched, played first and third. Just a little bit outside with the offering. And there is a walk given to Elliott, so a couple of base runners on. And the two runners that the Pelicans need to extend the ball game to the sixth are on. Of course, what they're also bucking up against now is the tie. And if you are the Capitals, maybe you kind of take advantage of that. Run some time off the clock. Don't know if that's the reason for the change. I doubt it, but it doesn't hurt. New pitcher coming in right after this.
frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
Popped up into foul territory by Colton Kane. As you get a new pitcher, Braden Lennox, on the hill. Couple of base runners on here in the bottom of the 5th. Colton Kane at the plate. Walt Etheridge moving to the on-deck circle. On the inside part of the plate, and out will go Kane. Oh, not out, but a strike on Kane. Was watching the body language of Kane. Thought maybe that was 3. He was just upset with 2. A little bit inside with a pitch to Kane. It was 1 for 2. A single and a strikeout. Caleb Stewart, 4 innings worked, 21 faced, 2 strikeouts. He handed out a couple of walks, gave up a total of 5 hits. That is rolled to short, possibility of 2. Wow, what a great stop at first by Shillette. Didn't get the out. Able to beat it out was Kane. But that was something that if Shillette did not field, Coleman scores from 3rd. One out, runners on the corners. Walt Etheridge to the plate. And now tagged out, going to second was Kane. The run comes in from 3rd, but if you are the Pelicans, you sure need that additional out. Now you got nobody on, still need another run to get it to the 6th. Although, of course, time might have kept you from going there anyway. But Kane out, and Walt Etheridge now at the plate with the bases cleared. 2 gone in a 12-4 game. Here's the Lennox pitch. It is sent back this way. Real close by. And then does that slinky thing down the stands. Back down to the diamond beneath. Etheridge has tripled and doubled. And he's going to get a base hit that will have extra bases written all over it. On his way to second. He is given 3. Throw coming in. It'll go to 3rd, but not in time to get Etheridge his 2nd triple in the game. I would say if you had Kane back on the base path, hadn't got caught stealing second, then you would definitely be going to the 6th inning, but I don't think time is going to allow that anyway, as that is fouled off by Courier. Well, it sounds like rain. And it is rain. So rain beginning to fall as the pitch is a little bit outside. We thought it was coming about 20 minutes ago, didn't, but it's here now. Here comes Etheridge from third, and there is the run that gets it inside 8. But again, I'm thinking that time will not allow us to go to the 6th inning. We'll see. My unofficial clock has us right around an hour 50, maybe just a tad shy. Popped up right side, foul territory. And there the catch will be made for out number 3. Have we got time to move on? I'm thinking probably no, but they haven't cleared the fields yet. And let's see if we are going to move on. Well, it looks like, well, you got the teams participating in the next game that think we are. Now, if we go to the 6th, then you're talking about extending this game or this day substantially. But it looks like that's what we will do. Here's the 7 guy. Right up the middle, base hit, back-to-back base hit. Starter with a double, the single from Cumbie coming to the plate and tagged down at home. Well, we are in the top of the 6th. And we begin the top of the 6th with about 2 minutes left on the clock, which means that it's going to be a little bit late getting that 18U title game in and the 16U as well, which will follow. But it is a no new inning, not a drop dead 150. Jude Guillory starting off the 6th inning. Guillory with a couple of walks and a single, 1 for 1 with an RBI. And he will be given a walk, goes down to first. Jamie Pizzolatto to the plate. Low and away with the pitch to Pizzolatto. That brief shower has ended, at least for the moment. Down to first goes the throw, and able to get back safely is Guillory. Bottom of the inning, it'll be Skates, Eason, and Quates all coming to the plate. Jamie Pizzolato with a base runner on. That is out of the strike zone, and there's another walk. So a couple of base runners on. Kenner Jenkins is next. On the outside part of the plate with the offering. For Courier, that is walk number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Outside to Jenkins. And it raises that Pelican pitching walk total to 16 in the game. Fouled away by Jenkins. Jenkins ground into a 6-3 twice. Did it in the second, did it in the fourth. In between, he walked. He has scored a run and driven in a run. Sent back to the screen, foul by Jenkins. And we'll roll to the screen, and moving up are the runners Guillory and Pizzolato. Well, we have reached the time limit. 1 hour 50 plus. As you got a strikeout of Jenkins. Had a game, I think it was on Friday. Similar circumstances in that you were bumping up against that time limit, but not quite there. And went into the next inning and wound up having a 2 hour, 23-minute game. There's the put out at the plate of Guillory. Nice job by Courier coming off the pump to field the Smith shot. And the 1-2 will get out number 2. I mentioned earlier the ironic thing is that the shortest time-wise game of the day was the longest baseball inning-wise game of the day or the tournament. And that was a 7-inning game that began play yesterday and went 1 hour 42. And is floated foul. Over towards the batting cages. So over the course of a tournament, when you got the multi-games, you expect a little bit of everything. That's basically what we've gotten. We had a short game with that 7-inning game. We had a long game with a 2 hour 23. Had some mercy rule games. That'll be a base hit for Elijah Parton. It will drive in Pizzolato. Tanner Shillette next. Braden Lennox moving to the on-deck circle. That is popped up on the infield. Calling for it at second is Coleman. He'll make the catch. And 2 runners are stranded. We go to the bottom of the 6th. And the Pelicans need at least 8.
You've played some travel ball, you've shared the videos. Mom and Dad can only root so much. It's time to get real interest from the colleges and scouts in your area right where you live. That's why the Showcase Series is different. We're not just another tournament, we're an advancement event where you get real-time exposure with live TV coverage of our games that get you seen directly by the coaches you want to impress from anywhere in the world. Register for events at showcaseseries.org. It's your turn at bat.
Bottom of the 6th gets underway. Hunter Skates will start it. Colton Eason and Pearson Quates due up in the inning 2. And the bottom of the 6th will be it. We have surpassed our time limit. So if you are the Pelicans, you want 9. 8 would tie it. Your preference would be 9 to win it. Couple of 0-2 teams trying to get their first win in the tournament. Skates 0 for 2, and now 0 for 3. Pops out to second. And there the catch is made by Elijah Gamer. One out for Colton Eason. Easton 1 for 2 in the game, singled in the second, ground into a 6-3 put out in the 4th. Popped up into center field, and there the catch made by, let's see who's out in center field now. Well, I thought I saw a 17 on the jersey and do not see a 17 on any of my rosters. But I do know we got a catch made up the middle for out number 2. And there's out number 3 on the 6-3 put out of Quates. And that will be your ball game, as we will go a total of 6 in this one. And there are your final numbers. 6 hits, 3 errors committed. A total of 4 stranded by the Pelicans. They will get a couple of runs in the first, a run in the third, and 2 more in the 5th. And for the Capitals, Total of 8 hits, 1 error committed, leaving 11 on. And the runs divvied up this way, 1 in the first, 2 in the second, 6 in the fourth, 3 in the fifth, a run in the sixth. Both teams finish out of the championship, but Capitals will finish 1 and 2. Pelicans will go 0 and 3. But a nice way to wrap things up. Good ball game here at the end of pool play. Time to get to the championships. 18U and 16U coming up. We'll keep our link live and the cameras on and be back with more baseball in right at 20 minutes. Hi, everybody. Welcome back as we get the 18U championship game underway. Extreme Scout 19 representing Pool A, taking on the Pool B winner, the Gulf Coast Pelicans 18. Hi, everybody. Robert Williamson set to bring you the coverage. Shot over in the direction of left field, and on is Brad Chasen to begin things for Extreme Scout. So a base runner aboard. I was getting the last few formalities from our tournament director, Daniel Ballard. So a brief step away. Found out that indeed the 1 hour 50-minute time limit is applicable. Sometimes when you get to the championship games, it is not. But in this particular case, it is. And I would assume the same is going to be true for the 16U game. And maybe in part that is due to some of the elements that are drifting around Pete Taylor Park and Hill Denson Field. There is some rain in the area. So if we can get these games in, base hit by Ty Poole into center field. And you got back-to-back base hits with Matt Beatty coming to the plate. Taking a look at the lineups, Brad Chason is batting first for Extreme Scout. He's the guy at second. Ty Poole, who was at first, now being replaced over at first with the courtesy runner, is the two-hitter. And that courtesy runner is Malcolm Orgeron. Matt Beatty at the plate, the three-hitter. Kelston Martinez is the four guy. Luke Martinez hitting fifth. Chase Thibodeau is the six-hitter. Connor Rosenberg in the seventh spot. Landon English hitting eighth. Aiden Morrell is the nine-hitter. And Conrad Abear will bat 10th for Extreme. Gulf Coast Pelicans with Evan Spence on the hill. Meanwhile, behind the plate, Judson Markentale. Austin Davis is at first. Second baseman, Jaden Quates. Shortstop is Gage Davis. And at third, Chris Hardaway. Sean Smoody is in left field. The center fielder is Shelton Darnell, and the right fielder, Tavares Jackson. Well, that's what it says. That is not Tavares Jackson in right field. As I look at the Pelicans. Popped up out of play. That is Thomas Payton. So just a mere miss right on the lineup card. Instead of Jackson being the 9 spot and Payton being the EH, Jackson apparently is the EH, and Payton will play the 9 position. Fouled away by Beatty. Sun breaking through. Had a little brief shower in the game prior. But right now, it's looking pretty good. Directly above. Now, when you look out beyond center field, go out the back door of the press box, okay, not quite as much. But got some blue skies directly over the diamond as we speak. High and away with a pitch. And Beatty will go down to first, giving a walk. So the bases are loaded after back-to-back hits and a walk. What I did not ask of Daniel Ballard is if mercy rules are still applicable. I guess I need to go out and ask that in a bit. Kelston Martinez with the bases loaded. I mentioned the weather. Let's take a look. It says in Hattiesburg, 91 with a thunderstorm. I'm not sure where the weather monitoring service is in Hattiesburg, but it's not at Pete Taylor Park. We do not have a thunderstorm. As a matter of fact, it's fairly nice at the moment. But in Hattiesburg, there's thunderstorm activity apparently. And as I bring up the radar screen, yep, it is moving just to our south. And if we get lucky, might miss it altogether. 91 degrees. 56 is the air quality, which is moderate. UV index is 7 and high. Winds out of the west at 9, gusting to 19. As you got another walk, this one given to Martinez, and then we'll bring in Chason. So an RBI produced on the walk as the bases are still full, and Luke Martinez makes his way to the plate. And coach coming out to have a conversation with Evan Spence. Off to a little bit of a rocky start, back-to-back base hits and then back-to-back walks. But we have seen pitchers many times in the past go through those rugged moments and then get their game back on track. Chase Thibodeau moving to the on-deck circle. And Evan Spence has had his little pick-me-up seminar and ready to go back to work with Luke Martinez at the plate. Orgeron at third, Beatty at second, Martinez as in Kelston at first, Martinez as in Luke at the plate. 8 o'clock sunset, could get up to a half inch of rain today. 58% humidity, 20-mile visibility. Temperature is about 3 degrees above normal for the 8th of June. Where is this year going? Is it just me? But I'm thinking we celebrated Christmas about 3 weeks ago. Then we'll get into the stands and out of play. But no, it has been about 6 months ago. Moon is at 94% illumination, 3 days away from the next full moon. And just in case you were interested, moon is 251,499 miles away. And there you go, everything I got for you on my iPhone weather app. Well, I say everything. That's not technically true. I mean, there's barometric pressure. There's all these stats that you can click and get even more. But that's the highlights. Count runs full at 3-2 on Martinez. Well, we know the time limit is in place, as that is shot towards third but foul. So a 140 start means if we go uninterrupted, an hour 50 is at 3:30 this afternoon. And then you got the 16U championship game coming up. Capital 16 and Extreme 16. Both of these teams 3-0. Extreme Scout in A, 3-0, having allowed 13. and scoring 24. And by the way, that's a significant number from the standpoint of home and away. As you're going to walk a Martinez and another run in. Bases still loaded. And a 2-zip game with nobody gone and Chase Thibodeau to the plate. But the significance to the runs allowed in this particular case is that it determined the home and away team. Because the Pelicans had allowed fewer runs, they became the home team. Both teams 3-0. Over the head of Thibodeau. So Extreme 3-0, allowing 13 and scoring 24. Pelicans 3-0, allowing 11 and scoring 31. Thibodeau trying to check his swing and fouled off the pitch. Connor Rosenberg to the on-deck circle. High pitch at 74 miles an hour from Spence. And this might be the guy that Spence has got to get, or we'll have a new guy on the bump. We'll see. 3-1 pitch. Popped up. That is in the direction of left and back onto the grass to make the catch is Gage Davis. So Spence got Thibodeau. That'll keep him on the bump against Rosenberg. And again, if you were Spence and you can get out of the top part of the inning with just 2 runs coming in, there's plenty of time to regroup. Strike delivered on the outside part of the plate in the game, like any game, requires a high level of confidence, and your confidence wanes a bit when you walk 3. So then that confidence picked up a little bit with a fly out by Thibodeau. Outside of the strike zone to even the count at 1. One offering into the dirt. Count goes to 3-1. Landon English to the on-deck circle. And the count runs full. 3 balls, couple of strikes. If you're looking for a really big confidence builder, if Evan Spence could get a strikeout here. Just a little bit inside, though. And Rosenberg is walked. That's the 4th of the inning. And it will bring in the run from third, Beatty. Landon English next. Hayden Morrell to the on-deck circle. On the inside part of the plate to English. A little bit high and the count goes even. Hayden Morrell moving to the on-deck circle. Well, there is never in the history of baseball but a pitcher that has not had a rough outing or 2. Or a slow start or 2. So Evan Spence just a bump on the highway at the moment. And he will hit English and bring in another run. think that may do it for Evan Spence. Here comes Coach. Second visit in the inning. And we will have a new hurler for the Pelicans when we return.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
Aiden Morrell coming to the plate. Noah Coleman, the new pitcher. First pitch sent in the direction of right field, and that will drop in as a base hit and then hop over the head of Thomas Payton. In to score comes Martinez. Everybody else had to kind of hang around thinking it could be caught by Payton in right. So Morrell with an RBI single that brings in Martinez. And the base is still loaded here in the top of the first. 10th hitter to come to the plate in the inning, Conrad Hebert. And the top of the order back on deck, Brad Chason. Evan Spence will work a third of an inning, face 8, no strikeouts, 4 walks, 2 hits, 1 hit batsman. Has given up 5 and is responsible for 2 of the 3 on. That's a high fly ball in the direction of left field. Coming over, though, from center to make the catch is Shelton Darnell. Tagging and going home is Rosenberg to second, or from second to third will go English. And to second will go Morrell. So the sacrifice bringing in a run. And we are back to the top of the order. Brad Chason, who had a single earlier in the inning, back to the plate. Ty Poole to the on-deck circle. $18U championship game. A culmination of a lot of baseball. 24 teams. in 2 different age divisions playing baseball here in Hattiesburg and down in Poplarville in the central Mississippi area. Swing a miss, and out will go Chason. 2 runners are stranded, 6 runners are in. We go to the bottom of the first. Top of the order, 2 up for the Pelicans.
Drives that in the direction of right field. That is going to sail. I'm really not sure why I quote it. It's so frequently wrong. That is hit well towards left field. Jackson Hyatt, 1 for 2 in the game, lifts this one towards left center. Here's the 1-0 offering. That is hit well towards left field. High fly ball, left. That is shot in the direction. Barr, who is issued in Sackerly with 2 gone. Sackerly trying to come to the plate with put the finishing touches on a mercy rule win. That's hit well, though, towards left field, and it'll be wrapped up around 8 o'clock. And a shot in the direction of right field. Lyles. 2-1 offering. That is shot towards the gap.
We head to the bottom of the first. Gage Davis starting it off for the Pelicans after a 6-run top part of the inning. Jaden Quates, the 2-hitter. Shelton Darnell hitting 3rd. Austin Davis 4th. 5-guy Chris Hardaway. We'll see who bats in the 6th spot. Evan Spence was there. He was the starting pitcher. It could be Noah Coleman. We'll find out when we get there. Judson Marcantel batting 7th. That is ground to short. Fielded by Martinez, and out will go Davis. Sean Smooney is the 8-hitter. Tavares Jackson batting 9th. Thomas Payton 10th. Cooper McNamara getting the start on the bump for Extreme Scout. Behind the plate is Ty Poole, first baseman Aiden Morrell. At second, Brad Chason. Shortstop is Luke Martinez. Matt Beatty at third. Another opportunity at short for Martinez. And this one hops out of the mid of first baseman Aiden Morrell. So an error gets a runner on. Here in the bottom of the first. That outfield for Extreme. In left, Chase Thibodeau. In center field, Landon English. And Kelston Martinez is in right. Shelton Darnell to the plate. If you are the Pelicans, you want to get something out of the first. Don't have to get all 6 runs back. You'd kind of like to get at least 3, but just a run to make a statement and start chipping away. Austin Davis is on deck. A lot of sunshine, clouds clearing on a day in which there's been quite a bit of precip, or at least quite a bit around the area, not here at the ballpark per se. Whoops, hit the wrong button. That is a Shelton Darnell base hit. My apologies. Yep, I'm a one-man band, and if there's any boo-boos, they're done by this guy. So my apologies. Hit the wrong button. Gave you a black screen and not a base hit to center field by Darnell. There's the right button, and this one shot in the direction of center field. Going back. It will be out of reach for Landon English. Austin Davis on his way to second, then third, and ahead of Quates and Darnell. 2 runs are in. And that was just what the Pelican doctor ordered. As a couple of runs will score on the Austin Davis triple. And if you're the Pelicans, you already feel like you're right back into the ballgame. Still down by 4, but you got runs on the board. Goosen gone. Chris Hardaway to the plate. Evan Spence to the on-deck circle. Well, my lineup card said that Evan Spence would be on the hill. I'm going to have to go back and look and see who is actually on the hill, because it is indeed Evan Spence who is at the plate, or at the on-deck circle. At the plate is Chris Hardaway. One out of the bottom of the first. There is a swing and a miss by Hardaway. Throw down to first, make sure he is an out. And Evan Spence will come to the plate. Judson Mercantile moving to the on-deck circle. I think there have been several things different on the field as compared to the lineup card provided. Like the right fielder, it wasn't Jackson, it was Payton. And obviously the pitcher was not Spence. This is Evan Spence. Outside of the strike zone with a McNamara pitch. 2 gone in the bottom of the first. Judson Mercantile to the on-deck circle. And another strike delivered to Spence. On the inside part of the plate, back-to-back Ks for McNamara. Hardaway swinging, Spence looking. 2 runs will plate. We go to the second in a 6-2 game. Is the 7 guy. Right up the middle, base hit, back-to-back base hit. Starter with a double, the single from Cumbie coming to the plate and tagged down at home. We get the top of the second underway. We head to the 2 spot in the order as Ty Poole comes to the plate for Extreme. Okay, maybe I've sorted out. And I'm assuming maybe I was handed just a wrong lineup card. Or maybe a card that was from a previous game. Coach just inadvertently handed a lineup card from a previous game. Tavares Jackson was the starting pitcher. Worked a third of an inning. Faced 8, no strikeouts, 4 walks, 2 hits, 6 runs allowed, and 1 hit batsman. Evan Spence, the first baseman. Current pitcher Noah Coleman for the Pelicans. And he's facing Ty Poole here in the top of the second as that one is shot in the direction of center field, and that will sail over Darnell's head all the way to the wall. Poole's got his second base hit and said, why stop at 2? Goes to bag number 3. It might have been picked off there if the throw was low. It was not. And he will begin the inning with a 3-bagger. And that would explain, too, why my lineup card had Tavares Jackson as the 9-hitter. And the 9 spot as well, defensively, when in reality Thomas Payton was the guy who was in right field. Hey, mistakes happen. So, inadvertently, a wrong lineup card. And speaking of mistakes, I make a ton of them without help. So just got a little assistance. As Matt Beattie comes to the plate. Takes a pitch on the outside part of the plate. And the count will go even. We are in the top of the second in a 6-2 ball game. A little bit inside with a pitch to Beattie, who walked and scored a run in the first. Kelston Martinez moving to the on-deck circle. Popped up in the direction of center. Darnell over to make the catch. Tagging from third is Poole. And he will come in to score the 7th extreme run of the game. So Beatty with a sacrifice to center field. Kelston Martinez to the plate. Martinez with a walk with the bases loaded. Picked up an RBI as a result. Luke Martinez moving to the on-deck circle. Sent foul over in the direction of coaches. Second inning, we typically check out scores from elsewhere, so let's make it a typical inning. College baseball, Murray State now with a 19-9 lead in the bottom of the eighth, looking to tie that series at 1. Louisville has taken a 3-2 lead over Miami in the top of the ninth, trying to win that series. Arkansas and Tennessee just underway, 1 out in the top of the first. And so too is the UCLA-UTSA game. It's very, very early. 2 outs in the top of the first. Arizona has beaten North Carolina 4-3. Wow, what a shocker when you consider how badly the Tar Heels knocked off Arizona in the opening game. But it is now Arizona that's going to head to the World Series. Throw over to first from Austin Davis. And Martinez will ground into the 5-3. And there's 2 gone for Luke Martinez. Chase Thibodeau moving to the on-deck circle. We are about 2.5 hours away from LSU in West Virginia, and nearly 6 away from Florida State and Oregon State. Ground to short. Davis has got it. Goes to first. And gets Martinez on the 6-3. 1 run in. Lead goes to 5. We head to the bottom of the second. And to the 7, 8, and 9 spots in the Pelican order.
You've played some travel ball, you've shared the videos. Mom and Dad can only root so much. It's time to get real interest from the colleges and scouts in your area, right where you live. That's why the Showcase Series is different. We're not just another tournament, we're an advancement event where you get real-time exposure with live TV coverage of our games that get you seen directly by the coaches you want to impress from anywhere in the world. Register for events at showcaseseries.org. It's your turn at bat.
A look at some of the stuff coming up this summer here on JockJive as we partner with the Showcase Series to bring you some of the best in baseball. Judson Marcantel leading things off, grounds it to second. Chason will field and go to first, a pitch and an out in the bottom of inning number 2. Sean Smooney coming to the plate. Or is that Smooney? I think that is Smooney. Daniel Ballard told me. And Papa Smooney told me last year, but that was a year ago. So I've got to get that refresher course on pronunciations. Tavares Jackson moving to the on-deck circle. A little bit inside with the pitch to Smooney. Thibodeau, Rosenberg, and English when you get to the third inning for Extreme. That is popped up on the infield and at third. Catch made by Beatty. And there's two gone with Tavares Jackson next. Thomas Payton moving to the on-deck circle. On the inside part of the plate to Jackson. A 6-run first and a 1-run second for Extreme Scout. Pelicans with 2 in the first, batting here in inning number 2. Couple of pitches into the zone to Jackson. There's a swing, a miss, and Jackson will become the third McNamara strikeout of the ball game in the third out in the bottom of the second.
You made it. You went further than even you believed. You took your friends, your teammates, teachers, and coaches. You needed Dad, but Mom was there through it all. See, you didn't do it alone. It took a united effort. It also took you. United Baseball is a full-time organization focused on development and advancement of athletes. If you're a high school-age baseball player with a desire to play at the next level, you could be next. Log on to unitedbaseball.org to learn more.
We head to the top of the third. It is Chase Thibodeau who will start it. Connor Ellenberg and Landon English due up in the inning 2. All right, let me get everything, I think, straightened out. I've looked out on the field, looked at rosters, and are going to overcome the either the wrong lineup card or one that changed after it got to me. So here is who I think we've got on the field. Pitching is Chris Hardaway in relief of Jackson, as that is lifted by Thibodeau over towards second. The catch made by Quates. And your defensive alignment for the Pelicans now has Hardaway on the hill. Behind the plate, Smooney, as in Sean. At first, Evan Spence. Second baseman, Jaden Quates. Shortstop, Gage Davis. At third, Austin Davis, in an outfield of Judson Mercantile. In left, center fielder Shelton Darnell, and the right fielder is Thomas Payton. That's what you call hitting the reset button. And I think now we should be good to go. With one away and Connor Rosenberg at the plate. Couple of strikes delivered to Rosenberg. Landon English to the on-deck circle. I need to start writing in my scorebook with pencil, not pen, because there's a heck of a lot of scratches now on the Pelican side of the scorebook. Strike three, got the outside part of the plate on Rosenberg. And there's two gone for Landon English. Thomas Payton, Gage Davis, Jaden Quates. When you get to the bottom of the third, offensively for the Pelicans. Swing and a miss by English, who was hit by a pitch with the bases loaded. Thus an RBI for English. Aiden Morrell to the on-deck circle. Swing, a miss, and that will do it for the English at-bat. Back-to-back Ks for Hardaway. And he will turn in a 1-2-3, top of the third.
Are you an athlete looking to play at the next level? With players and teams all across the Southeast, United teams compete regionally and nationally in Showcase Series, Perfect Game, and PBR events. Visit UnitedBaseball.org and you could be next. United Baseball Organization, where the focus is always on you.
Fouled off on Thomas Payton. And it'll be 0-1 on Payton as we get the bottom of the third underway. Top of the order, Gage Davis and Jaden Quates. Coming up to the left-hander McNamara on the outside part of the plate. Got right at an hour left in your time limit. 50 minutes into the ball game. Just a little bit low with the pitch to Thomas Payton. Top of the fourth for Extreme has 9, 10, and 1 coming to the plate. That is shot over in the direction of second, scooped up there by Chason. He will go to first and get Payton on the 4-3. So on away with the top of the order, Gage Davis coming up. Davis ground into a 6-3 put out. He was the first out in the first inning. Jaden Quates moving to the on-deck circle. That is a base rip down the line into right field. And it'll be extra bases for Davis. On his way to second, gives a look to see if third's a possibility. Motors that way, rocket sent, but not in time to get Davis. He's got 3 with 1 away. So the Davis 3-bagger, the triple, has got him standing 90 feet away. And an opportunity to get it to a 4-run ball game. After that 6-run start, Pelicans trimmed it to 4 in the first. Now looking to do the same here in the third. Right back it goes to McNamara. Two gone and Shelton Darnell next. Darnell with a single and a run scored in the first. Austin Davis moving to the on-deck circle, but that line out by Quates certainly dampens the possibilities of the Pelicans plating a run, but Darnell trying to drive that run in, drove that one off him. And we'll be given the opportunity to shake off the pain, get back to the plate. And Ty Poole doing the courtesy thing, going out to talk to his pitcher, McNamara, to give Darnell the opportunity to recover. So Darnell says he's good to go. Back behind the plate will go Poole. Back up onto the bump, McNamara. Not quite in the box yet, though, is Darnell. He says, let me think about it. Okay, I'm good. Left-hander steps in. And the lefty McNamara gets ready to deal. That is driven foul over in the direction of Coach at first. Austin Davis on deck. That is shoved over towards short. Martinez has got it, goes to first and hops it into the dirt. The end to score is Davis. Darnell on his way to second. And the error makes it a 4-run game again. And puts the runner that could get it inside 4 in scoring position. Austin Davis to the plate. That is the second extreme error of the game. That is popped up. It's on the infield. McNamara coming off the bump. He will get underneath, make the catch. Left on is Darnell. In, though, is Davis. Out is Davis, too. In Gage. Out goes Austin. It's a 7-3 game as we head to the fourth.
University of Alabama Online, where legends log in. A tradition of excellence. Decades of experience in distance learning. Empowering students of all ages. More than 90 degree and certificate programs to advance your career. UA Online. Flexible, affordable, legendary. Let your computer be your campus. Visit online.ua.edu.
Top of the fourth gets underway near the bottom of the order. 9-10 and then 1 coming to the plate for Extreme Scout 19. 18U championship game. Great pool play from both. Extreme Scout 3-0. Pelicans 3-0. Can't get any better. And one of these two teams will go 4-0 and capture the 18U title. That is a base hit to begin the fourth inning for Aiden Morrell as he delivers into left field. His second base hit of the game, the 5th for Extreme. And a runner on for Conrad Hebert. Brad Chason moving to the on-deck circle. Hey, a reminder quickly, 4. Remember that number 4? That's how many we need to get to our goal of 6,700 subscribers to our YouTube channel. Just 4 more. So if you haven't subscribed, there's a button nearby. Click on it, and that's it. Not a busy and extensive process. Just click on the button, and there you go. And we are trying to grow the community. You know, I'd like it to be tens of thousands at some point. Got to start small. So we're small and starting to grow. 4 more, get us to 6,700 if you haven't subscribed. We'd love it if you did. And good to have you watching wherever you may be watching this afternoon's game. It's looking pretty good here in Hattiesburg. After a threat of rain earlier, that is deposited into left field. Back-to-back base hits and a couple of base runners on as Hebert delivers. Looks like a new first baseman. Tavares Jackson is now at first for the Pelicans. And his shot foul. And you got a new pitcher, Austin Davis. I make that Gage Davis. Moving over from short. Taking over for Hardaway. Hardaway coming into the ball game in the first and worked his way through the third. Hands it over to Davis. Now working in the fourth. And it looks like Chris Hardaway is now at third. And I believe Austin Davis has moved to short. Chris Hardaway will work 2 2/3 innings on the bump. Face a total of 10 and strike out 3. He did not extend a walk and gave up two base hits. Allowed a single run in his 2 2/3 innings before handing it over to Gage Davis, who is now pitching for the Pelicans, facing the top of the order, Brad Chason. That hits him. Trying to back away, got him right there on the quad, I think. That may have been closer to the knee area, where there's even less flesh and more pain when it pops the ball. So Chase on the hit batsman down to first, base is full. Ty Poole, who's been perfect in the game with a single and a triple, coming to the plate. And there's nobody out. Matt Beatty to the on-deck circle. Inside to Poole. Hardaway, Spence, and Marcantel when you get to the bottom of the fourth for the Pelicans. Chason in first, Abear in second, Morrell the runner at third. That is fouled away by Ty Poole. Matt Beatty to the on-deck circle. We are just a tad over an hour in, an hour 4. So about 45 minutes left in that 1 hour and 50-minute time limit. Outside with the offering to Ty Poole. He singled in the first, tripled in the second, and scored a couple of runs. Just a little bit high with the pitch. Major League Baseball's got one final. Rays beat the Marlins 3-2. Let's see how many showed up for that game. They're struggling attendance-wise. 9,000. Inside with a pitch with the bases loaded. Poole walks, and Morrell scores. And the bases are still loaded. with nobody out. A lot of games in progress in MLB. Bottom of the ninth, Padres 1-0 over the Brewers. Bottom of the eighth, Phillies and Pirates tied at 1. Bottom of 2, Rangers 2-0 over the Nationals. Top of the 7th, Diamondbacks and Reds tied at 2. Bottom of the 8th, Tigers 4-0 over the Cubs. Midway through 8, Guardians with a 4-2 lead over the Astros. End of 6, Royals and White Sox knotted up at 2. Top of the 5th, Twins 4-3 over the Blue Jays. Top of the 6th, Dodgers 4-1 over the Cards. And midway through 2, Mets lead the Rockies 2-0. Matt Beattie with the bases loaded. WNBA, Mystics 46-32 over the Sun. 3:22 to play in the first half. NBA resumes tonight with the NBA Finals. NHL, the Stanley Cup, resumes tomorrow. It's a foul ball towards third. And I think that's got you updated to the moment. Matt Beattie with a walk and a sacrifice. A run scored and an RBI. Kelston Martinez on deck. Gage Davis came in for Hardaway, who came in for Jackson into center field. Darnell the dive, but couldn't come up with it. Hebert scores. Everybody else goes 90 feet further. And Matt Beattie with his second RBI in the game. Still nobody out. And Darnell, well, he's gotten banged up. You know, he fouled off a pitch in the bottom of the third, and now that dive in center field in the top of the fourth's got him wobbling a little bit. As coach comes out to the bump to have a conversation with Gage Davis. Checked into the game on the mound. Of course, he'd been playing it short, but onto the mound here in the fourth. And has given up 3 hits, hit 1 and walked 1. Kelston Martinez next. And Extreme has rebuilt that 6-run lead. Martinez with a walk and a ground out. Walked with the bases loaded in the first, got an RBI, came in and scored a run, then ground into the 5-3 in the second. Throw to third, but able to get back safely is Chason. All loaded full of Extreme Scout 19. Chason at third, Poole at second, Beattie at first. And likely a runner for Poole at second. And it is. And I think it is Orgeron again. Yep, running for Poole. Ran for him on previous occasions. Might as well here too. Swing and a miss, and out will go Martinez. First out here in the top of the fourth. So that coach's visit reaping dividends with Davis. And there's one out with Luke Martinez next. Martinez with a walk and a ground out. He too, like the other Martinez, walked with the bases loaded and got an RBI out of it. Now, I'm assuming that Kelson and Luke are brothers. May not be true. But I'm speculating this prior and might as well be consistent with my speculating. So Martinez, as in Kelston, in the first, walked with the bases loaded and got an RBI. And then Luke Martinez did the same. In the second, Kelston ground out. Luke did the same. If he strikes out here, it's going to start getting a little weird. Chase Thibodeau to the on-deck circle. Count goes even at 2. Here is the 2-2 offering. It is ground in the direction of short. Charging into field is Davis. Throw over to first. Not there in time. And in will come another run, and the bases are still left loaded. So Martinez will pick up an RBI with an infield single. Orgeron goes to third, Beatty to second, Luke Martinez at first. And Extreme Scout has got their largest lead of the game at 7. Chase Thibodeau 0 for 2. Couple of flyouts on the infield. One to short, one to second. Connor Rosenberg on deck. Another one fouled away in the direction of third. One more game to go. 16U championship between the 3-0 Capital 16 and the 2-0-1 Extreme 16. That Extreme 16 has already sent their lineup. Man, I love that. Got an email a couple of hours ago from Extreme 16. So their lineup's good to go. They'll be the visitors in the 16U game. Capital 16 will obviously be the home team. Just a little bit inside with a pitch to Thibodeau. And in that particular case, it's not based on runs allowed. It's because of the better mark. Capitals 3-0 and Extreme 16 2-0-1. That is hit well towards left field, but will sell foul. Up on top of the batting cage and trickle off to the backside of Hill Denson Field. Thibodeau back to the plate. Here's the pitch from Davis. That's popped up in the direction of center field. Shelton Darnell coming in to make the catch. Tagging is Orgeron, and he will score on the Thibodeau sack. And with third left vacant, Beatty trots over to bag number 3. And now you got Martinez taking off for second. So Thibodeau, the sac fly. And a couple of base runners in scoring position for Connor Rosenberg. Four runs have played it in the inning. Extreme Scout has put runs across in every inning except the third. Hit to second. Over the field is Quates, and he will get it to Jackson for out number 3. 2 runners stranded, 4 runners in. The lead goes to 8 as we head to the bottom of the 4th. Just about all White Jones County. Diving catch at shortstop. Gross. Towards the gap. Diving catch in center field by Ben Aklinski. There is a shot towards deep short. Kraft's got it. Long throw over, and he got it. We head to the bottom of the 4th. Chris Hardaway will start it. Evan Spence, as well as Judson Marcantel, due up in the inning. Trying to get an 18U champion. And ahead of the moment is Extreme Scout 19 in this race to the finish line. The Pelicans trying to make up some ground here in the bottom of the 4th. We do know that time limits apply. I'm not sure if mercy rules do in the championship game. But if you are thinking the possibility of a mercy rule, they are 12, 10, and 8 after 3, 4, and 5. So at the moment, if there is a mercy rule, Pelicans don't have to worry about it. At least have a direct worry, more intense worry. Because after 4, it's 10. But if there is a rule applying to a championship here, then you're worried about it after 5 if you don't start plating runs. Swing and a miss by Hardaway. Evan Spence on deck. There is a swing, there is a miss by Hardaway, and McNamara picking up the strikeout. For McNamara, K number 1, 2, 3, 4 in the game. And there's one away for Evan Spence. Top of the fifth, English, Morrell, and Abear. But the Pelicans in no hurry to get to the fifth. They'd like to spend some time here in the bottom of the fourth. In towards center field, but pretty much right to Landon English. And there's two gone for Judson Mercantile. Sean Smooney moving to the on-deck circle. Into the dirt with the pitch from McNamara. I believe his third year maybe with the Showcase Series, or maybe more, but I know I've seen him pitching for about 3 years now. And has popped up to right field, and in to make the catch is Kelston Martinez. We head to the top of the fifth, bottom of the order coming up for Extreme Scout 19. Here's the 7 guy. Right up the middle, base hit, back-to-back base hit. Starter with a double. The single from Cumbie coming to the plate and tagged down at home. Top of the fifth gets underway with Davis on the hill, but it's not the same Davis. It is now Austin Davis, no longer Gage Davis. And he will hit Landon English. Gage Davis will work an inning, face 9. Strike out 1, walk 1, give up 4 hits, 4 runs, and hit 1. And now Austin Davis has hit 1. And a base runner on at first for Aiden Morrell. Outside with the pitch to Morrell. Jaden Quates, by the way, has moved to short. Thought that Gage Davis coming off the bump might go back to short. And instead, he has moved to second. And Quates has moved over to short. Base hit into left field. Aiden Morrell on with a single, 9th hit of the game for Extreme Scout. And that's got Conrad Abear coming to the plate. Abear has sacrificed and singled, driven in a run, and scored a run. And as a matter of fact, there are only 2 in the starting lineup that have not scored for Extreme Scout. Thibodeau 1, and he's driven in a run. English the other, and he's driven in a run. So everybody is playing a role in getting a run in or scoring a run. Outside to Abear. Two balls, no strikes. Inside with the pitch that had Abear ducking away to get away from an 81-mile-an-hour toss. And there is the walk given to Abear to load things up. English will go over to third. Morrell takes second. And Abear, your runner at first. And coach coming out, is it to get Austin Davis? Davis has faced 3 and hit 1, walked 1, and given up a hit. And it looks like we are going to get a pitching change. So Davis will face 3 and leave, and the new guy's coming in.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on hit 6.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
Judson Marcantel, the new pitcher, he and Austin Davis swap spots. Davis goes over to third. Marcantel, who was at third, steps up onto the hill. Base is full, as that is popped up by Brad Chason in the direction of left field. There for the catch is Sean Smoody, and in to score on the sacrifice is English. So one away on the sacrifice fly as Ty Poole comes to the plate. Poole with a walk, a triple, and a single. And he's got himself another base hit into center field. Darnell gets to it quickly. Rounding third is Morrell, and he's going to come in to score. Meanwhile, Davis has the ball pop out as Hebert is passing by, and he'll come in to score. And Poole winds up going to third. So 2 more runs are in. Poole in third. Orgeron coming in to run. Matt Beatty stepping into the batter's box. In a 14-3 game, with one away here in the top of the fifth. Beatty is walked, sacrificed, and singled. 2 RBIs and a run scored. Ground to short. Fielded by Quates, and he'll throw it into the dirt. Orgeron will come in to score, and Beatty will go to second. A 15-3 Extreme Scout lead. Kelston Martinez next. And it looks like Cooper McNamara is going to get an at-bat. So McNamara will step in and bat for Martinez. McNamara on the bump has worked a total of 4 innings. Given up 3 hits. The left-hander coming to the plate to hit. Here in the top of the fifth with 4 more runs in. And we can close the books on Austin Davis. He faced 3. Walked 1, hit 1, gave up a hit, and allows 3 runs. .72-mile-an-hour pitch swung on and missed, and the count goes even at 2. Two balls, 2 strikes. Too far outside with the pitch, 3-2. A little bit high with the offering, and McNamara will be given a free pass down to first. So walk to McNamara. Let's see if he stays in the game. If he does, he's not going to be pitching in the bottom of the fifth, I don't think. If he doesn't, he might be. Well, they're not putting a runner in for McNamara. So we might have somebody else on the bump when we get to the bottom part of the fifth. Another pinch hitter. This is Christian Cooney. And Cooney will watch it ricochet off Quates and go into center field. In to score is Beatty. And another hitter coming in, another pinch hitter for Chase Thibodeau. And I think I saw the number 5. Yep, that is Orgeron. And Orgeron will wrap into the double play. Inning comes to an end, but not before a total of 5 runs played. And Extreme Scout 19 taking a 16-3 lead into the bottom of the
You made it. You went further than even you believed. You took your friends, your teammates, teachers, and coaches. You needed Dad, but Mom was there through it all. See, you didn't do it alone. It took a united effort. It also took you. United Baseball is a full-time organization focused on development and advancement of athletes. If you're a high school-age baseball player with a desire to play at the next level, you could be next. Log on to unitedbaseball.org to learn more.
We head to the bottom of the fifth. It is Sean Smooney who will start it off. Tavares Jackson and Thomas Payton due up in the inning, too. I don't think we go to the 6th regardless. Time limit is probably going to get us. Game got a 1:40 start. Time limit would put us at an hour 50 at 3:30. That's 9 minutes away. Sometimes the mercy rule is not applied in championship games, but even if we wrap up the bottom of the 5th in 9 minutes, I got a feeling we won't go to the 6th. Christian Cooney, the new pitcher. Cooper McNamara works 4 innings, faces 17. 4 strikeouts, no walks, 3 hits, 3 runs. As that one is fouled away by Smooney. Extreme Scout has put runs across every inning but the 3rd. And in the 3rd, we're retired in order. Smooney with a fly out to 3rd in the 2nd. 0 for 1 in the ball game. Here is the Cooney 2-2 offering. That is popped up left side. And coming out from short to make the catch. Not sure that's Luke Martinez anymore. I see McNamara out in left field. A lot of defensive changes made. And if we can get our short to turn around, I might be able to give you numbers and a name. Yep, turned around long enough to pick up a 3 and a 5. That is Chase Thibodeau now at short. One out for Tavares Jackson. Matt Beatty still at 3rd. Thibodeau at short. Cooney on the hill. Looks like Morrell is still at 1st. McNamara is in left. Jackson struck out in the 2nd. That is popped up. And can somebody get to it? Well, it looked like it actually was retrievable, but a little bit misjudged over in front of the dugout by Ty Poole. Just overran it a little bit. So still got Ty Poole behind the plate. Conrad Abear, I think, is now at 2nd. And is floated towards 1st, and Morrell will make the catch for out number 2. Two gone, and Thomas Payton next. Well, we are about to find out if the mercy rule kicks in or the time limit, because we've actually got about 5 minutes, maybe 4 now, left in the time limit. Thomas Payton ground into a 4-3. He was the first out in the 3rd inning. Count runs to 2-1 after the 73-mile-an-hour Cooney offering. That is fouled back, and the count evens up. Got your 2-ball, 2-strike count with 2 gone in the bottom of the 5th. A little bit high, a little bit outside. Count full. 3 balls, couple of strikes. A 16U championship right at a half hour after this one wraps. Maybe a little less. That is popped up, and that'll drop 2 right in front of the dugout. That third, that's twice Poole had an opportunity. And just couldn't bring it in front of the dugout. And a full count at 3-2. Payoff pitch from Cooney. Popped up on the infield. And this is Beatty at third who'll make the catch. And I think that's your ball game. Yep, doing a little fist bumping. That's an indication we've done it. We've got this one in the books and have got an 18U champion. Extreme Scout 19. They cranked it up early and left the engine running. And there's your final. Pelicans 3 hits, 3 errors, 3 runs. And they will leave 2 on. Got a couple of runs in the first and a run in the third. For Extreme Scout, 10 hits, 2 errors, leaving 6 aboard. 6 in the first, a run in the second, 4 in the fourth, and 5 in the fifth. And there is your final score. 16-3. Extreme Scout, the only unbeaten 18U team. And they will capture the 18U championship. Congratulations. One more game to go in the 16U title. It's roughly 20 minutes away. We'll see you somewhere between 3:45 and 4 o'clock. Of course, we keep the camera on and the link live. And we'll see you in 30. Hi, everybody, and welcome in. Last game of 14 played here at Pete Taylor Park, Hill Denson Field on the campus of Southern Miss. Extreme 16 as Mike Mosley starts it off. Throw over to first. Boy, that was close. But Thigpen couldn't quite get in there in time to get Mosley. He's got an infield single. The 2-0-1 Extreme 16 and the 3-0 Capitals. Paddling it out with a base runner aboard as we get your 16U title game underway. 18U's already been decided. Extreme Scout 19, a 16-3 winner over the Gulf Coast Pelicans 18. And they will be the only unbeaten 18U team. Extreme Scout 19, going 4-0 and winning it all. But where 16U is concerned, no matter what happens, this will not be the only unbeaten team. If the Capitals win, or if Extreme 16 wins, there's an unbeaten team that didn't get in. And it was that tiebreaker that got him in the runs allowed. Mishandled by Thigpen. And you got the out at second, though. I make that third as Mosley is tagged out trying to get there after rounding second. So you talk about making up for a miscue. It was an E6 originally, but then the throw out over at third gets the lead runner. So I think technically the put out will go 4-5 to get Mosley. And Dose, your base runner at first with one away. Taking a look at the lineup for Extreme 16. Mike Mosley, the leadoff guy. Knox Dose is the two-hitter. Kyson Rodriguez in that 3 spot. Tatum Miller hitting 4th. Cole McGee 5th. Connor Wallace is your 6-hitter. Landon Hornberger batting 7th. 8 guy Dean Harkness. Lucas Barlow is the 9-hitter, and Griffin Boyle batting 10th. Cole McPherson getting the start on the hill for Capital 16. Colton Hogan is behind the plate. As you got a swing miss and a Rodriguez strikeout. And there is 2 away. At first, Christian Stroud for the Capitals. Jackson Perry at second. Shortstop, Max Thigpen. Logan Dozat is at third. That is lifted towards left field. And there for the catch is Xander Volz. And Miller with a fly out. Xander Volz in left. Center fielder Parker Stanley. Right fielder is Declan Albro for Capital 16.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
First pitch, bottom of the first. Max Thigpen sending to second, and there to make the play is Kyson Rodriguez. And there's a pitch and an out on the bottom of the first. Max Thigpen, the one guy. Jackson Perry batting second. Parker Stanley third. Christian Stroud, the four-hitter. Colton Hogan hits fifth. Bryson Smith sixth. Seven guy Declan Albro. Xander Volz is the eight-hitter. Logan Dozat batting ninth, and Cole McPherson 10th. Knox Dose getting the start for Extreme 16. Behind the plate is Griffin Boyle. First baseman Lucas Barlow at second. Kyson Rodriguez. Shortstop Mike Mosley, and third baseman Tatum Miller. Cole McGee in left. Center fielder Connor Wallace. Right fielder is Dean Harkness. Jackson Perry delivering with a one-out base hit. And a base runner on for Parker Stanley. It has turned into a nice afternoon here in Hattiesburg when we had some cloud coverage earlier and even a little shower in the second game of the day. Perry in with a stolen base at second. We're currently 89 degrees and cloudy, and not particularly ominously looking cloudy. Some clouds hanging around. UV index 4 and moderate. Air quality 50, which is good. And as one hop back to Dose, thinking about third, but when he bobbled it, said, nope, can't take a chance. Goes to first, gets the out of Stanley, which, to be perfectly honest, was probably the right decision anyway. And there's two gone with Perry at third. Into the dirt with a pitch to Christian Stroud. Colton Hogan on deck. Looking at the radar. There's stuff floating to the north of us and to the south of us, but at least at the moment, nothing coming through us.
One.
20-mile visibility, 60% humidity. Might get 2/10 of an inch of rain today. 8 p.m. sunset. Moon at 94% illumination. Temperature is 2 degrees above what it typically would be on the 8th of June. And the moon's getting closer. That gets into the dirt, but able to track it down as Boyle before Perry comes in. Moon 251,433 miles away. Has that got everything for you? I think so. Oh, weather. Wind-wise. I mean, that's important. I got to all the irrelevant stuff and missed the stuff that could have an impact on the game. Winds out of the west at 8, gusting to 17. Wind has not been a factor here. That is ground in the direction of second. Rodriguez will grab it, whip it over to first, dropped it first, and Perry will come in to score. Well, it's an error. The question is on whom? Rodriguez or Barlow, sender or receiver. I'm thinking it was a little wide. Okay, we'll go with an E4. Colton Hogan coming to the plate. Outside with a pitch. Bryson Smith moving to the on-deck circle. Swing and a miss by Hogan. A hit and an error contributing to the Capitals' run. Perry got on with a base hit. Came in and scored on the E4. And Capital 16, which scored the most runs and allowed the least in 16U baseball, has got the lead. Capitals scored 40 and allowed 8, meaning an average margin of victory of better than 10. But Extreme 16 going, yeah, but we're here. We're in the championship. Let's see what happens after an hour 50. Game got a 3:55 start, which means when you get somewhere around a quarter until 6, we are getting near the end of the game. Outside with the pitch and a walk given to Hogan. So a couple of base runners on for Bryson Smith. Ground to short, scooped up by Mosley, goes to second, gets the out of Hogan as Bryson Smith will ground out for out number 3. But a run's in, and the Capitals are on the board as we head to the second.
University of Alabama Online, where legends log in. A tradition of excellence. Decades of experience in distance learning. Empowering students of all ages. More than 90 degree and certificate programs to advance your career. UA Online. Flexible, affordable, legendary. Let your computer be your campus. Visit online.ua.edu.
Top of the second gets underway. Cole McGee starts at Connor Wallace, and Landon Hornberger due up in the inning. Popped up to second. Perry backs up to make the catch, and there's one away. Connor Wallace next. Landon Hornberger to follow. Sports elsewhere, and there's a lot of stuff going on elsewhere. A lot of baseball. As another opportunity for Perry, this time on the 4-3. I'm not sure we'll have time to talk about it in the top of the second. Things are going quickly. Landon Hornberger next. We'll get some in, though. College baseball. Arizona's headed to the World Series. Knocked off North Carolina 4-3. Wins the Chapel Hill Super Regional 2-1. Louisville also headed that way, too. They punched their ticket. Knocked off Miami 3-2. As that is hit to short, fielded by Thigpen, goes to first. And it's a quick top part of inning number 2. We've got more to talk about sports-wise. We'll do that in the bottom of the second.
Are you an athlete looking to play at the next level? With players and teams all across the Southeast, United teams compete regionally and nationally in Showcase Series, Perfect Game, and PBR events. Visit UnitedBaseball.org and you could be next. United Baseball Organization, where the focus is always on you.
A look at what's coming up on JockJive in June, and that's not all of it. Our partnership with the Showcase Series. It doesn't mention, I don't believe, next weekend at Nicholls State in Thibodaux, which is a recent alteration to the schedule. So Troy University, Nicholls State next week. The following week, the University of South Alabama. And then in 2 weeks, Baton Rouge and West Florida. Declan Albro starting it off. Xander Volz and Logan Dozai. Here in the bottom part of the second. Okay, we were taking a look at scores in college baseball. Murray State knocks off Duke 19-9. And that series is now tied at 1. Arkansas leading Tennessee 7-1, top of the 6th. Tennessee with the lead in that series 1-0, trying to win it and punch their ticket. And she's going to walk, give it to Albro. And a runner on for Xander Volz. And UCLA leading UTSA 2-0 in the top of the 7th. And there again, UCLA with a 1-0 lead in the series, looking to punch their ticket today. Albro back safely at first. Major League Baseball. Rays beat the Marlins 3-2. Padres over the Brewers 1-0. Pirates nip the Phillies 2-1. Reds over the D-backs 4-2. Swing and a miss, but off goes Albro to second. And in with the stolen base. Tigers shut out the Cubs 4-0. Guardians over the Astros 4-2. Royals defeat the White Sox 7-5. Twins topple the Blue Jays 6-3. And the Dodgers over the Cards 7-3. End games underway. Rangers 3-2 over the Nationals, top of the 7th. Bottom of the 6th, Mets 8-2 over the Rockies. Braves down by a run to the Giants. Midway through 5, 4-3. Top of the 4th, A's 4-1 over the Orioles. That is ground towards first, but foul. And at the end of 4, Angels with a 2-1 lead over the Mariners. WNBA, Mystics have beaten the Suns and beaten them badly, 104-67. And with 6:38 to go in the third, Lynx with a 51-39 lead over the Wings. NBA tonight at 7, NHL tomorrow night, and there you have it. All of the sports elsewhere. Here, a runner at second for, well, it was listed as Xander Volts. But I don't think Volts wears 17. At least according to the roster, it is Carmucci that wears 17. A little bit outside with a pitch. Actually, it is Logan Dozat who is listed as the 9-hitter. Well, that one's going to get the foot of Carmouche, and that will get Albro back to second. And Cole McPherson making his way to the plate. The lineup card has Logan Dozat listed as the 9 guy. Carmouche was the guy that came to the plate. Max Thigpen to the on-deck circle. Let me go back to my lineup card and look one more time because I am very capable of discombobulating. Now, Carmouche is listed as a sub that would hit in that spot. Didn't know it was going to be that early. Double play turn, stepping on the bag is Mosley at second, throws on to first. So he'll get both Carmucci and McPherson and leave Albro on as we go to the third.
You made it. You went further than even you believed. You took your friends, your teammates, teachers, and coaches. You needed Dad, but Mom was there through it all. See, you didn't do it alone. It took a united effort. It also took you. United Baseball is a full-time organization focused on development and advancement of athletes. If you're a high school-age baseball player with a desire to play at the next level, you could be next. Log on to unitedbaseball.org to learn more.
We are a pitch in and out into the top of the third. Dean Harkness grounding it out to short. Thigpen throwing over to first. And there is one away. Lucas Barlow to the plate. Griffin Boyle moving to the on-deck circle. Boy, a lot of early pitch swats. It is knocked down in second by Perry, but won't be able to make a throw, and Barlow has got the extreme 16-second hit of the game. Griffin Boyle to the plate. Mike Mosley moving to the on-deck circle. That is ground to Perry. And you got the double play. Perry flicking it over to Thigpen, who sends it on to Stroud. And the 4-6-3 puts a quick end to the top of the third.
You've played some travel ball, you've shared the videos. Mom and Dad can only root so much. It's time to get real interest from the colleges and scouts in your area right where you live. That's why the Showcase Series is different. We're not just another tournament, we're an advancement event where you get real-time exposure with live TV coverage of our games that get you seen directly by the coaches you want to impress from anywhere in the world. Register for events at showcaseseries.org. It's your turn at bat.
And there you have a look at what's coming up in July in our partnership with the Showcase Series, with the exception again of one. I don't think mentioned there was a new ad, University of Houston, in about week number 2 of July. Top of the order as we get the bottom of the third underway. Max Thigpen to start it. Jackson Perry and Parker Stanley due up in the inning 2. Thigpen ground into a 4-3, a one-zip game, and the lone run was a Jackson Perry run that came in on an error in the first inning. Base hit into left field by Thigpen. That is the second Capitals hit of the game. And a runner aboard to begin the third. Well, I mentioned Extreme Scout 2-0-1. And the Capitals 3-0-1 as off the second goes Thigpen in scoring position. With nobody out on the bottom of the third. Capitals finish 1 in A with a 3-0 mark. FB Scout 16 finishes second with a 3-0 record, but they allowed 14. Capitals 16 allowed 8. And that's your first tiebreaker beyond head-to-head, and the two teams did not meet in pool play. Showing punt is Perry. It'll get into the dirt, heading down to third, and safely there is Thigpen. Mississippi Futures, UBO Henry, and Capitals 15 all finished 1 and 2. Gulf Coast Pelicans Scout finished 0 and 3. That'll sneak underneath the men of Mike Mosley at short into left field, and Thigpen will come in. And Perry has either driven in a run or scored a run. Parker Stanley to the plate. Christian Stroud moving to the on-deck circle. In Pool B, Extreme 16 finishes first at 2-0-1. Star 16 and Mississippi 16. Both finishing 2-1. Florida Bama 16, 1-1-1. Blue Jays 16, 1-2. As running is Perry, and he'll be in with the stolen base at second. And the Gulf Coast Pelicans 16 finished 0-3. Capitals 16 with an 8-1 win over the Mississippi Futures, a 15-3 victory over UBO Henry, and a 17-4 win over the Gulf Coast Pelicans Scout 16. And for Extreme 16, it was a 12-4 win over the Gulf Coast Pelicans 16, 7-5 over the Blue Jays 16. And they tied Florida Bama 16 at 3. So that is how the two teams got here. Fouled away by Parker Stanley. And it will be Easton Miller hitting next, as you got a walk given to Stanley. And a couple of base runners are on. And Miller actually came to the plate and was the gentleman who was at the plate when the E4 brought Perry in the first. And he's the guy that comes back to the plate with a couple of base runners on in the third. Colton Hogan is on deck. And a shot over in the direction of right field, and able to make the knee-high catch is Dean Harkness. Meanwhile, throw going to second, and that'll turn the double play. Perry just could not get back on the liner by Miller. And that's an unusual double play from the standpoint of the lineout. Went to Harkness, who sent it to first baseman Barlow, and then on to Mosley at short. So it had an extra stop along the way to get over to second to turn the double play. Stanley with a stolen base at second. And there is two away. Colton Hogan with a walk in the first. Bryson Smith moving to the on-deck circle. Top of the order in the top of the fourth, Mike Mosley will start it for Extreme 16. Knox Dose and Kyson Rodriguez due up two. It's getting a little darker. It happens this way. I say, hey, it looks pretty good. And then it doesn't look so good. Into center field goes the Hogan shot, and that has got Stanley in to score. And with a throw to the plate, Hogan goes to second. And Capital 16 with a 3-zip lead. But yeah, it is starting to build a little bit and look a little iffy. As coach comes out to have a conversation with Dose. And let's see if Dose stays or goes. Got 2 gone. Well, the ball is in the hands of coach. Typically, that's an indication we're getting a change on the punt. And that's exactly what we will get as Mike Mosley begins his warm-up routine.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
Mike Mosley is the new pitcher. It'll appear that Dose has gone to third. And let's see if I can see from the center field camera who is now in short. I believe that is Rodriguez, who is now gone to short. And over to second is McGee. So a lot of defensive changes for Extreme 16. Throw going to second, and that'll wind up in center field. Throwing to where Boyle thought the receiver would be, and they were not. So the ball goes into center field, and he'll be charged with an error. Knox Dose, 2 2/3 innings of work, 15 he faced, a strikeout, 3 walks, 4 hits. That's allowed 3 runs. And that'll be mishandled by Dose. It is Rodriguez at short. It is now McGee at second. And we'll see if I can figure out who is elsewhere with all these changes. Smith on, compliments of the E5. Declan Albro to the plate. And down to second will go Smith. Xander Volz moving to the on-deck circle. 78-mile-an-hour pitch. Got the outside part of the plate. Bottom of the third. And there again, Boyle watches it roll away. The pass ball bringing Smith to third. Just a little bit outside. And by the way, that is Luke Wilson, who's at the plate. Swing and a miss by Wilson, and he will be struck out by Mike Mosley to put an end to the inning. But 3 runs come in, and the Capitals take a 4-zip lead into the fourth. Is the 7 guy. Right up the middle, base hit, back-to-back base hit. Starter with a double, the single from Cumbie coming to the plate and tagged down at home. We head to the top of the fourth, top of the order. Mike Mosley, the shortstop turned pitcher. Starting things off, had a base hit to begin the ball game. He was the first to take a swing at a pitch and had a base hit in the first. Knox Dose and Kyson Rodriguez, 2 up in the inning, 2, and Mosley's on again. His second hit of the game, 3rd for Extreme 16. And a base runner on for Knox Dose. Dose ground into a 4-5 put out in the first inning. 0 for 1 in the game. Sends that one into right field. Back-to-back base hits. And Extreme 16 in business here in the top of the fourth. So a couple of runners on for Kyson Rodriguez. And still plenty of time in a 1 hour, 50-minute time limit. Still got more than an hour. Popped up to the left side. Volz coming in to make the catch, and there's one away. Tatum Miller taking one for the team. Loads things up. Hit by the pitch, and it's full for Cole McGee. So it's a battle of the two Cole mix here. Cole McGee and Cole McPherson. Low and away with a pitch to McGee. Connor Wallace to the on-deck circle. Volts, Carmucci, and McPherson. When you get to the bottom of the fourth, that'll be a base hit. McGee delivering. Mosley comes in. Dose does too. And the lead's cut in half. So McGee delivering with a base hit. And it's a 4-2 game for Connor Wallace. $74-mile-an-hour pitch for McPherson. Landon Hornberger to the on-deck circle. Round to second. Perry's got it. Goes to short for one. Throw to first. Turns two, and that will put an end to the inning. But 2 runs are in. The lead's sliced in half. No longer 4. It's 2 as we go to the bottom of the fourth.
Drives that in the direction of right field. That is going to sail. I'm really not sure why I quote it. It's so frequently wrong. That is hit well towards left field. Jackson Hyatt, 1 for 2 in the game, lifts this one towards left center. Here's the 1-0 offering. That is hit well towards left field. High fly ball, left. That is shot in the direction. Barr, who is issued in Sackerly with 2 gone. Sackerly trying to come to the plate with put the finishing touches on a mercy rule win. That's hit well, though, towards left field, and it'll be wrapped up around 8 o'clock. And a shot in the direction of right field. Lyles. 2-1 offering. And a shot towards the gap.
Capitals with a 4-run lead, seeing it diminish to 2 as we get to the bottom of the fourth. Xander Vold starting it off. Logan make that Carmouche, and I think I figured out the process where the lineup card is concerned, is that there are individuals who are defensive players and there are individuals who are offensive players. That's my theory where the lineup card for the Capitals is concerned, which would mean Carmucci is next. Well, let me look down and see. Yeah, he's coming up next. So that is my theory, where the lineup having a list of names 1 through 9 and then a few names out at the side, is that a few of the defenders have been replaced by offenders, if you will. Fouled away by Volts, which means Carmucci is coming to the plate next and McPherson will follow. Volt struck out in the second. Strike 3 on the outside part of the plate to Volts. So back-to-back vault trips to the plate, and both have resulted in Ks, one swinging, this one looking. And there is one away for Carmouche, or Carmucci. I have a tendency to put that last syllable on there. It may just be Carmouche. Landon swatting this one over towards first. Nice job of handling the hop by Barlow. And you got two gone. And by the way, that is now Cohen Cure who is playing first. Barlow got the start there, Cure there now. Two gone for Cole McPherson, grounds it to short. Tall with a toss over to first. Rodriguez going a little high with the throw, and that will allow McPherson to get on. That is the fourth Extreme 16 miscue. And by the way, that was a pinch hitter for McPherson. McPherson now inserted into the lineup. As we go back to the top of the order, and Max Thigpen coming to the plate. Thigpen 1 for 2. He's ground out the second and single. Chop towards Rodriguez at short. Whips it to first. Gets Thigpen on the 6-3. No damage done by the E6. 4 go up, 3 go down, 1 stranded. We go to the 5th in a 4-2 game.
Just about all Wayne Jones County. Diving catch at shortstop. Gross. Towards the gap. Diving catch in center field by Ben Aklinski. There is a shot towards deep short. Kraft's got it. Long throw over, and he got it.
Top of the 5th, Landon Hornberger starting it off, sends it foul over in the direction of third. Dean Harkness and Lucas Barlow coming to the plate as well. Swing and a miss, and out and will go Hornberger, one away here in the top of the fifth. Dean Harkness coming to the plate. That is a foul ball in the direction of third. Softly hit the short over the field at his Stig pin. He's got a long throw over. Didn't get it there quite in time. Well, they talk about baseball being a game of inches. That was there just a tad behind Harkness. And Harkness with the infield single. Lucas Barlow to the plate with a base runner on, representing the tying run here in the top of the fifth. Another grounder for Thigpen to handle. He will throw over to first. Get the out on the 6-3 while Harkness goes to second. Griffin Boyle next. Boyle ground into a 4-6-3 double play that took he and Lucas Barlow off the base path in the third. Back to the plate here in the fifth. Top of the order, Mike Mosley to the on-deck circle. New pitcher, by the way, Bryson Smith. Cole McPherson will work 4 innings, face 16. Had a strikeout, a walk, 5 hits. Gave up a couple of runs and hit 1. And that will roll away from Hogan, allowing Harkness to get third. And now the potential run to make it a 1-run game is 90 feet away. And Bryson Smith coming in. The DH is now playing a dual role. DH and pitcher. Mike Mosley on deck. A 2-run game, but the runner at third, Harkness, that can make it a 1-run game. Fouled away by Boyle. 16U championship for the Showcase Series. Trying to get our game in before any precip. Got it in the area, but hopefully it's not the near area. It's kind of like, you know, geographically within the state, within the central part of Mississippi. Outside with a pitch. Here comes Harkness from third, and he'll be tagged out trying to get there. Well, a few disgruntled. Let's see if we can take a look at Harkness coming in. And you make the decision. You decide. We will take a break.
drives that in the direction of right field. That is going to sail. I'm really not sure why I quote it. It's so frequently wrong. That is hit well towards left field. Jackson Hyatt, 1 for 2 in the game, lifts this one towards left center. Here's the 1-0 offering. That is hit well towards left field. High fly ball, left. That is shot in the direction. Barr, who is issued in Sackerly with 2 gone. Sackerly trying to come to the plate with put the finishing touches on a mercy rule win. That's hit well, though, towards left field, and it'll be wrapped up around 8 o'clock. And a shot in the direction of right field. Lyles. 2-1 offering. That is shot towards the gap.
We head to the bottom of the field. Jackson Perry will start it off. Lifts it in the direction of left field. And there the catch will be made for out number 1. Parker Stanley next. Still a lot of time left in our time limit. As we are into the bottom of the 5th, Parker Stanley ground into a 1-3 and walked. Well, Christian Stroud is about to come to the plate, which is blowing holes in my theory that one side of the lineup card had defensive players and the other side offensive. And Christian Stroud is about to come to the plate after the Stanley at-bat. All right, here's my new theory. Those names to the right of the lineup can be interspersed at any given moment. Of course, that's true anyway. But that's my new theory. Low and inside with a pitch to Stanley, who grounded into a 1-3 in the 1st. Walked, stole a base, and scored a run in the 3rd. One away, nobody aboard, bottom of the 5th, championship game. Wrapped over to short. Rodriguez will grab it, go to first with the throw, and out goes Stanley. And there's 2 outs for Christian Stroud. Now, Stroud was listed as the 4-hitter on the original lineup card, but we've seen Easton Miller. Until now. And now we see Stroud. So Stroud coming to the plate here in the bottom of the 5th with 2 gone. All right, here's a variable on my new theory. It's a discretionary coach's decision if he wants to swap hitters from one side of that lineup card to the other. I'm grasping, I get it. But I guarantee you there is a formula. There is a method. Just not privy to what it was at the moment. Stroud with 2 gone. Bottom of the order in the top of the 6th for Extreme 16. Griffin Boyle starts it. Mike Mosley and Knox Dose coming to the plate as well. Mike Mosley came into the game on the hill in the third. Worked the fourth and now the fifth, and is given a walk to Stroud. Stroud down to first, Colton Hogan next. Hogan has walked and singled. Am I the only guy that when you mention the name Colton Hogan, you think Hogan's Heroes? Probably a little bit younger would say, oh, I think Hulk Hogan. You got to go back in time to think Hogan's Heroes. Which, by the way, I caught a little bit of an episode while here. You know, scanning through, doing a little surfing on the television. The guide says Hogan's Heroes, and I'm like, let me watch a little bit. I mean, that's one of those shows that takes you back in time. And for every one of the fellas playing baseball at the moment, it was before their time. Heck, it might have been before their parents' time. Hit by the pitch is Hogan, and he'll go down to first. So a couple of base runners on. Devin Reese coming to the plate. Reese batting in the spot where Bryce and Smith have been previously. Smith is now your pitcher, giving up the DH role. Shoved over towards short, fielded by Rodriguez, whips it too low to first. That'll bring Stroud in. Hogan is on his way to third, and Reese will go to second. And that will become the fifth Extreme 16 error. This is Luke Wilson, batting in the 7th spot of the overall order, and in the inning, the 6th hole. Has a couple of base runners on with 2 gone. Capitals trying to rebuild that lead, tack 1 on. On the outside part of the plate to Wilson. Xander Volts to the on-deck circle. That is wrapped again towards Rodriguez. He's getting a workout at short. Over to first with the throw and gets Wilson on the 6-3, leaving Hogan and Reese on. But runs in, Stroud scores, the lead's 3, and we go to the 6th. Boyle sending it right back to Smith. Smith over to first. 1-3 will go the put out. And there's one out on the top of the sixth. Got a new pitcher coming in, the new guy after Smith gets Boyle on the 1-3. Will face Mike Mosley in 60.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice.
Well, I think that was the quickest warm-up I've ever seen a pitcher take on. Typically, it's about 2 minutes. That was about a 45-second warm-up for Jackson Perry. But Perry, like, you know what? I've been out at second. I'm warm. I'm ready to go. So no need to get a lot of warm-up tosses in from the bump. And Bryson Smith will leave after working an inning into third and facing a total of 4. Struck out 1, no walks, gave up a hit, did not allow a run. And hands it over to Jackson Perry. Inside with a pitch, and it got Mosley. He'll go to first. Off and running with the stolen bases. Mosley, strike delivered to Knox Dose. Dose ground into a 4-5 and singled 1 for 2 in the game. Jackson Perry with a couple of glances to the runner and then delivers outside with the pitch. Just a little bit outside with the offering to Dose. Kyson Rodriguez to the on-deck circle. And is fouled away over towards the dugout at first. Mosley, who is on his way to third, will slam on the brakes, put it in reverse, and go back to second. Bottom of the 6th, Volts. Carmouche, we think, might beat Dozon. And McPherson, possibly, coming to the plate. But you can't argue with the process for Capitals. It's obviously been very effective. The only team in 16U with no blemishes on their mark. Dose given a walk, couple of base runners on. Tying run to the plate in the form of Kyson Rodriguez. Just a little bit outside. Rodriguez has struck out and popped out 0 for 2 in the game. Strike on the inside part of the plate. Rodriguez chucking the stick aside, thinking he was headed down to first with a walk. Might, but not yet. 3-1 the count. That is floated in the direction of center field. Drops in as a base hit. Mosley rounding third, coming in to score. Headed to third is Dose. And with a throw to the plate, Rodriguez will make his way to second. RBI single and back to a 2-run game. And apparently that's going to do it for Jackson Perry. And we will have a third pitcher in the inning, fourth in the game. When we come back, let's see if we can do it in 60.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
Christian Stroud is the new pitcher. Stroud relieving Jackson Perry, who faced 3, did not get it out. Walked 1, gave up a hit. Allowed a run and is responsible for the 2 runners on. That is fouled back to the screen by Tatum Miller. They got the outside part of the plate. And the count goes to 1-2. Miller, a fly out to left and got hit by a pitch. Foul, tipped it back into the mid of Hogan, and out will go Miller. So there is 2 gone. Cole McGee next. McGee 1 for 2 in the game. Drove in a couple of runs with a single in the 4th. Popped out to second as well. Connor Wallace to the on-deck circle. Capitals trying to hold on to a lead and bring it into the bottom of the 6th when their hope is to tack on a little insurance and win it in the top of the 7th. The Extreme 16 plan, get more runs here, got 2 in scoring position, and a base hit would tie the game up at 5. Hogan going out to the pump to have a conversation with Stroud. Swing and a miss, and out will go McGee. Back-to-back Ks for Christian Stroud, and we will go to the bottom of the 6th with the bottom of the order coming to the plate, and the Capitals up by a pair. Is the 7 guy. Right up the middle, base hit, back-to-back base hit. Starter with a double, the single from Cumbie coming to the plate and tagged down. We head to the bottom of the 6th. Xander Vold starting it off. You know, I mentioned earlier in the week about an unofficial all-names team. I mean, it doesn't really exist, but only within my mind. But how could you not put Xander Volz on your all-names team? Volz, a couple of trips to the plate, one in the 2nd, one in the 4th. He struck out on both occasions, one swinging, one looking. Low and inside with the pitch to Volz. And it is going to be Carmouche coming to the plate next. And I'm looking to the hitter that will follow Carmouche, and it looks like it is McPherson. Eight, 9, and 10 in the order. Mike Mosley offering the 2-2. It is dribbled foul in the direction of first. Don't forget, download the Showcase Series app. It'll keep you updated with everything that is Showcase Series related. Swing and a miss, and out will go Volz. So one away for Logan. Make that for Mr. Carmouche, Landon Carmouche. Carmouche has been hit by a pitch, ground out to first. And now back to the plate. 0 for 1 in the game. Also, let me check and see where we stand in our YouTube subscriber department, trying to get to 6,700. Last time I checked, we were like 4 away. We're 3 away. 3 subscribers away from 6,700. Wanted to be there by the time we leave Hattiesburg. And I'm leaving Hattiesburg in about an hour. So if you haven't already subscribed to our YouTube channel, man, it would make us happy. We'd just be whistling while we drive. And all it takes is that cursor over the subscribe button and a click of the mouse. And it gives you access to all kinds of stuff, including a little teaser. Going to post a play and get your input. You decide. You can decide whether you think it was called right or wrong. That's stuff you got access to. Scores, schedules, highlights, interviews, shows, conversations, all there. That is right back up the middle and got Mosley. And he's in some pain. Well, I'm looking at the replay. I mean, he was falling away towards the first base side after the pitch, and man, he was doing everything he could to get out of the way and just couldn't. Boy, it is good to see him up. And to be able to continue to play, boy, it's practically amazing that he would be able to continue to play after taking that shot. But he's up. And that is definitely a good sign. So a walk of Carmouche and a McPherson single, couple of base runners on. And we're back to the top of the order with Max Thigpen to the plate. Mike Mosley, I don't know how you do it. I would still be on the back side of the bump, squalling, saying never again. But he's back up onto the hill. And tossing right back to Max Thigpen. Thigpen, 1 of 3. The ground out to second and short and a single. Couple of base runners on. Capitals trying to add some insurance. Here in the bottom of the 6th. $77-mile-an-hour pitch. Into the dirt outside. Walk is given to Thigpen and the bases are loaded. And that's got Jackson Perry coming to the plate. Full of Capitals here in the bottom of the 6th. Capitals trying to pad that lead before going to the 7th. Shot over in the direction of left field, and that's going to drop in as a base hit. And it is station to station for the Capitals, and now a 6-3 game. Jackson Perry delivering with an RBI single. Second hit in the inning, sixth in the game for the Capitals. Drives in Carmouche. A little bit outside with a Mike Mosley pitch. Parker Stanley. A walk and a couple of ground outs. That is ground in the direction of short, backhanded by Rodriguez. That's way too tall with the throw. McPherson in to score. Thigpen scores. Perry goes to third. Stanley is at second. Lee goes to 5. As Christian Stroud steps in. That is the 6th error committed by Extreme 16. And really, that's the difference in the game. Those 6 miscues. I mean, you're looking at a couple of teams that are basically even in hits. 7 for Extreme, 6 for Capitals. But the Capitals have not committed an error, and Extreme 16 has 6. 65-mile-an-hour pitch on the outside part of the plate. Base hit into left field, off the mid of Rodriguez. But Stroud delivering as Perry will come in. And so too will Stanley. Declan Albro coming in to run for Stroud. And coach coming out to get Mike Mosley. If we got the mercy rule still working, potential game-ending run is aboard with 1 away in the bottom of the 6th.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
Connor Wallace, the new pitcher, Mike Mosley, will work a total of 2/3. Stolen base for Albro, running for Stroud. That is 2 2/3, by the way, for Mosley on the bump. Faced 19, struck out 3, walked 2, gave up 3 hits. Just a little bit inside with a pitch to Easton Miller. Colton Hogan to the on-deck circle. That is ground towards Mike Mosley at short. Bobbled it, but still able to get the out over at first. And the put out will go 6-3. It does move that potential game-ending run in Albro to third. And again, that's if we are observing the mercy rule. If not, we go to the top of the 7th. Colton Hogan with a walk, a single, and got hit by a pitch. The single drove in a run. He scored a run, 2. Connor Wallace trying to get his Extreme 16 team into the 7th and give them a chance for a come from behind. Fouled away by Hogan. Devin Reese is on deck. Hit by the pitch is Hogan. He'll go down to first. He got a couple of base runners on. And Devin Reese making his way to the plate. Reese batted for Bryson Smith in the 5th. And has kept the DH role, now batting in the 6th. He reached on an error in the 5th. Luke Wilson is on deck. Throw going down to third. Wise thinking on the part of Boyle that maybe coming off the bag is Albro at third, with Hogan stealing second. But Albro able to get back safely. It's a high fly ball, left side, stays up long enough for Mike Mosley to drop it. And the run will come in to score. 2 runs will score, and that will be your ball game. And it may have stopped with that 11th run, but I see 12 posted here, so we will do the same on our scoreboard as well. And let me see if I can get our final numbers compiled and get them posted before we wrap up coverage. Send into the house and call it a weekend at Hattiesburg. There are your numbers: 7 hits, no errors, 12 runs played for the Capitals. They will leave a total of 8 on. Get a run in the first, 3 runs in the third, a run in the 5th, and then poured it on in the 6th. For Extreme 16, 6 hits, 6 errors, 4 stranded. Getting a couple of runs in the 4th and 1 run in the 6th. That'll do it for your weekend here. Thanks so much for watching. Don't forget, everything we do is archived. It is available through our subscription channel And you can subscribe. Menu bar, top right corner. That'll do it. Congratulations to your champs in 18U Extreme and in 16U Capitals. Thanks so much to Southern Miss for the opportunity to be here for the Showcase Series, the chance to bring you some great baseball. Thank you for watching. If you weren't, no point in us being here. We appreciate it so much. See you next weekend. I'll be in Louisiana, and Tim Altork will handle the coverage in Alabama. For all the folks with the Showcase and JockJive, I'm Robert Williamson. So long, everybody.